Well, better my gun than my cold iron heart.
Oh, what robot aesthetic does Jane have the most when you can tell they're robot-y? Zeke?
Wait, what?
What robot aesthetic, like what piece of fiction do you think is the closest to it?
That's a really good question. I feel like
Yeah.
it's like Replicant from Blade Runner, but I can't remember if you can ever really even tell the Replicant is a robot or not. I don't know if that ever happens in the movies.
I thought they were all completely flesh, like they were
Right.
made from the ground up.
Yeah.
You sure you don't mean like Britney Spears from Austin Powers?
That's exactly the correct answer. It's probably like a Terminator, but I don't know. Terminator's too high tech.
I saw this thing where they were like Terminators were probably sex robots that retaliated, because otherwise, like, why would you make a robot made out of flesh if you were making a why would you give a human looking like you just kill everything?
Let's not forget that right now, at this very moment, we are beginning to have robots, and the first thing we're using it for is sex. Like, that can't be a surprise to anyone, right?
I think the first thing you're using it for is sex.
No, no way! Don't you flip this shit on me. I
just spot a robot, and all I do is fuck it.
I've been fucking this robot nonstop for 3 weeks.
Real quick.
Yes, what's up?
Your voice is not coming through on stream.
I think I got it. I think Chad is saying it's working now. I think we're good.
Oh my god, keep up, Biscuit.
But thank you. I appreciate it. Also, hi, Biscuit.
I'm just trying it out!
Yeah, no, I was late on the fucking the robot trend. Apparently, they've been doing it for years.
Wilds.
Yeah, wild. The internet is an amazing place, and people are amazing. Boy, oh boy,
That's
oh boy.
a nice way to say that they're disgusting.
Yeah, there two things can be true. I think it's fascinating. I like it when cute little humans do stupid human stuff. That's fun.
I feel bad for XJ9.
Anyway, hello, welcome to Wildfolk, episode 29? I forget. It's been like a month since we played last, so I'm going to be rusty. I'm sure you guys are going to be rusty. We're gonna do what we can. We'll do as best as we can.
As best as we can.
Where the fuck did we leave off?
I think we just got our floppy stuff.
Oh, that's right.
Jane was about to cook me a delicious meal, and I was about to meet my father-in-law.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, okay, let's see. Where's that? Sundial Steps.
Get cooking time, girl.
Wait, Jane's been idle for too long. We need to give it a little bit of oil, like Tin Man.
Right.
Yep.
Wizard of Oz.
We gotta pull it out and blow in the cartridge.
Yeah.
That thing they told us didn't work and not to do, but did clearly and obviously work, and we did it anyway, and I never suffered any consequences for it.
No,
I don't know about you guys.
See, what happens is Jane starts cooking, she gets like halfway through the prep, and then she just kind of leans over the counter real slow like, and she's like, please insert one coin to continue.
Accurate.
Oh, boy. Okay, alright, Rust, shake off the rust. Blah, blah, blah. Branch, you're not here. What are you doing? Go away, Branch. What's Branch?
Okay. Wait, did you give him a hook for a hand?
I think so, hang on. Yeah, look at that. He's got a hook hand. Fucking
Oh, he
nerd.
already knows.
Yeah, probably. Okay. If I remember correctly, where we left off is combat had just ended. We wrapped up pretty much right as it was coming to a close. And I was eager and excited like a child on Christmas morning, so I kind of gave you a sneak peek of all this foppish costume stuff. But to rewind a little bit, the battle has just kind of set down. The dire chicken is surrounded in oil, but not yet ablaze, if I remember correctly. Let's see, what else was going on? There was a pack of squirrels over here, which are still kind of just gnawing on all the rust twigs. And there's a bunch of these brightly dressed skeletons, clearly from Della Muerto. Many of them are wearing masks and colorful colored clothes. And Prospero. Where's my boy? Where's Prospero? The foppish skeleton. There he is. That's right. He had just, tried to encourage Hopper to land a strike. And did he end up landing a single hit? I thought he, failed a bunch, but maybe got one at the end.
I think he tried his best, but I don't think he ever did it.
Yeah,
I don't think
he
he did.
He failed, and now he was giving him, pointers on how to actually do it.
Wonderful. Chat says he did, and I will believe immediately, because I'm
that chat is
optimistic.
full of liars.
He definitely
Chat.
got one hit in. It was right at the end, and it was not a good hit.
he just like got a point of damage in there technically.
Yeah, I think he did like 2 points of damage, and we were like, does he not add modifiers? And you were like, he doesn't have modifiers.
Oh yeah, what modifiers? This man has spent his entire life in a library, and he's level 2 in terms of combat skill. I think, is he level 3 yet? No, I'm sorry, I lied. He's level 1 combat skill. Nonetheless, this Popper skeleton kind of comes over and claps him on the back. Good, good! Keep that up. You'll be a proper traveler in no time. As for all of you, thank you for your help. I'm so terribly sorry for this inconvenience. I don't know what's happened. Prospero, at your service. And you are?
Oh, I'm Baby Boy.
What a name, baby boy. You're a little freak. What do you like? Tell me about yourself.
I got this book that your wife signed.
Wait,
Oh.
really?
See, look, and I'll show him the note that even says like Hopper's his #1 fan.
Hopper. Hopper is my #1 fan. Who's that?
Oh, Hopper, right there.
Hopper is like hiding around the corner of the cave when you mention this out loud, and then you like point out in that direction, and he just like slowly with wide eyes peeks around the edge of the cave and waves one of his hands. That's me, sir. Oh, well then what are you doing in there? Come out here. Come on. And he like very nervously starts to walk in.
Could you send the book too?
Oh, certainly. Do you have a... And he pats himself down. Just a charcoal or a pen or anything.
I'll pull something out of my massive tentacles for him.
Right, so forgive me. What are you? I am fascinated. I've never seen anything quite like you.
Oh, I'm Baby Boy.
Right. Where do you come from? What's your home?
Oh, I live in the library.
That's... And he kind of like looks around to the rest of you. You know what? We'll come back to that. You
Yeah,
then.
good luck getting any answers out of that one.
Oh, you talk. Oh, wonderful. And he kneels down real low, kind of like looks you right in the face. Aren't you just fascinating? Two tails. What are you?
Hungry.
Oh, well, I probably have some food. What do you eat?
Just look over at Jane. You gonna start roasting that thing or not?
Jane's picking her ruined ass gun up off the ground, looking over it, frustrated that it's broken. Says, I can try. We need a whole lot of oil and some pretty big cooktops. In fact, I've only ever cooked this over a magical stovetop. I've never tried to do it over like an open fire. I could try.
Well, it can't be as bad as the cooking at landfall. So.
Maybe it's probably butcher it up here and pack it up and cook it when we get to camp tonight. Because we're still a couple days away from Kite.
I don't think it's that far. I think you guys... So you're essentially on these rotating floating islands that have like a preset pattern. And if I remember correctly, it takes like 2 days total for all of these steps to make their rotation. And you guys are most of the way through the end. So I think the idea is you're waiting here for like another 2 hours for the carriage to show up. And then you ride the carriage over on the last island, and then you ride that for like 4 hours, and then you're at Kite. So you're essentially 6 or 7 hours off, but it's mostly waiting.
Gotcha, closer to my thought. What time of day is it?
It would be... I think this was pretty early in the morning. I think it's probably about 11 a.m.
Cool.
And when you point to the chicken and talk about cooking it, Prospero's like, oh, that's quite resourceful, actually. I hadn't thought of that. Yes, that should be safe to eat.
Do I know if this is safe to eat? I trust Prospero. But...
You can give me a...
Didn't he write the book on this?
I wrote the book on many things. Yes, you can give me... Boy, what's a cooking check? I guess a crafting check, or maybe a nature check would be appropriate, too.
Always trust a skeleton who says that's safe to eat.
True.
I've rolled agriculture, if that's not appropriate.
That's appropriate. That's totally fair.
Stretch, maybe.
You would know that dire chickens are absolutely safe to eat. They're a little gamey. They suffer a lot of the problems that very big animals typically do if they are not bred specifically for eating. With that said, it's poultry. It's just a lot of poultry.
Like I said, my sister-in-law has a really good fried dire chicken recipe, but involves quite a lot of lemon juice and buttermilk. I don't know if we've got the ingredients to make it quite as good as she would, but meat's meat if we're just looking for food.
Except when it's not, and that is why we'll need to move quickly. In about 8 hours, that meat will return to Ethereum and become the magical dust from whence it was born. Still safe to eat, it just, is going to disappear.
What did disappear out of us?
Beg pardon?
Oh yes, it's conjured. It's a security chicken.
So we won't get any nutrients out of it then.
Perhaps I'm still studying that. I don't feel more hungry when the animal suddenly disappears inside of my stomach, but...
You don't have a stomach.
Well, recently I don't have a stomach. I was not, in fact, always a skeleton, although there was, true facts, always a skeleton inside of me, just as there is one inside of each of you.
Oh, technically your skeleton's on the outside.
Well, now that...
Smaller skeleton inside of me.
Jane's sweating so much. Wait, so you made it or someone else made it?
I conjured it. I didn't build it from scratch. And to be clear, something did go wrong. I did not build something that would then turn around and try to kill me, although that would be quite poetic. No, this was a security chicken along with the security armor and the security bugs. They are part of my security system. And he motions over to this wagon. Something must have triggered it. We keep them around to keep thieves and brigands and monsters away, but we were just sitting here waiting for the carriage, and there was a weird rattling noise, and then they all spawned and attacked. Something must be wrong.
Could I take a look?
Oh, certainly be my guest. I do actually still need to check and see if anything was stolen.
I'll investigate to see if I can find out why it was triggered. I assume this is like a magical mechanism.
Yeah, it is.
Can I make a check? I think I already made one. I know I made it like a arcane security check.
You definitely did, but it has also been like a real life month since we played, so you can just make a new one, because I forget how that one went.
Okie dokie.
And I, a bad DM, don't have a spreadsheet of who has already made what checks, as I keep telling myself to do.
Foolish.
So foolish.
Fool. These are both really good.
I can also throw in a little bit of this action if needed.
Wonderful. You guys are both able to study it pretty easily. It's not like this thing was disguised or hidden. It's a very prominent security feature.
Do I get a bonus for it being arcane security?
+5. It is a highly specific lore skill.
Okay.
And you're both able to see that there definitely is a security system in place. It works much like a glyph or a glyph of warding or a rune or a trigger. Essentially, when anything within the tent is tampered by an unidentified creature or one that has not been added to the safety, it summons all these things which are programmed to essentially attack the intruders. With your 2 very high rolls, you both critically succeeded. You can see that, boy, what would even be noticeable here? You can see that one of the filters is that all undead are enemies. And that obviously cannot be right.
Wait, I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Essentially, there's a friend or foe system in here, and when it detects unauthorized creatures, it summons all these things to fight off the invaders. And as you're studying this more carefully, you find that everything was working as intended. It's not like there was a misfire. But the filter is set to treat all undead as hostile. And that seems very strange for a cart owned by an undead man.
Is there like permissions that are needed in order to change this filter?
Yeah, you guys both rolled high enough to know that it's not necessarily permissions, but it's difficult to do. You would have to be a very skilled arcanist to tamper with these settings. Anybody that had physical access to the cart could have done it. They wouldn't have to provide ID, but they would have to be good at magic to make those changes.
So the security system prevents people from breaking in and stealing stuff. So someone broke in and changed it and was able to bypass the system.
Seems like it, yeah.
Are any of the civilian skeletons acting like, I don't know how to put it, like they weren't surprised they got attacked?
Great question. Give me a perception check.
I think I have a thing for this. Stand by. Oh, never mind. That's for make an impression. Perception.
That is very good. You kind of study the crowd a little bit. And for a lot of people, it would be difficult to read skeletons, and even more difficult to read skeletons behind masks. But you have, over the few months to a year that you've been awake and spent time around these people, started to pick up on some of the cues, learning to watch body language more than faces. A bit of an adjustment, but one that you've become acclimated to. And they all appear to be this unusual blend of, like, nervous and jittery, like they were just survivors of an attack, which is always harrowing for a lot of civilians, but also, like, a little bit enamored, a little fangirling, like, oh, Prospero saved us. That's the general vibe you get from almost all of them. And none of them stand out as being, like, suspicious. None of them stand out as like, oh, yeah, I knew this was going to happen. They're all kind of behaving how you would expect.
Roger.
Are the skeletons wearing shoes?
Some of them are.
Are
It's
I
probably
guess.
like 50-50 almost, even split down the middle.
Are there footprints around here that are perhaps heavier than a skeleton would be?
Give me survival.
Someone with flesh?
Let me see survival check.
I'm not very good, so we'll see what happens.
Lots and lots of footprints. This is a well-trafficked area. This is a major path that leads to a transportation vessel. It is extremely crowded. To make things worse, this is also a place where camps are set up and people wait for long periods of time. So it's not just that people walk through here, they linger here for a long time. And as a result, it is extremely difficult to make out individual sets of footprints. But to answer your question, yeah, for sure, there's lots of footprints of things that are bigger and heavier than skeletons.
Or I guess I know that I came over here right near the end of battle, or right during battle. Are there any footprints that I can tell that are like more recent?
I see. With an 18, with an 18, I don't believe you find any that are more recent, that are, like, distinguishable. There's not been any, like, recent rain or anything. Things have had time to dry. I don't think you spot anything that indicates that somebody came into this cart more recently. And as this is all going on, Prospero is also kind of taking a look around. The place, he essentially says, oh, well, everything is still here for the most part. They didn't take my money. By the way, I'm going to pay you for your help. Give me a moment to gather myself. I'll happily give you some recompense for your assistance. Let's see. And he, like, walks through some of the shelves, opens them up, closes them, goes over to the bed, lifts up the sheets, puts them back down. And eventually he gets to a bookshelf, and he's like, well, that is a problem. I'm missing my book on necromantic healing. I didn't really need it, I suppose, but I was studying it. Wonder why they would take that.
If someone needs healed, I can help.
Oh, well, and he kind of like looks down to himself. I'm quite all right. In fact, I think we mostly made it through unscathed. Although, yes, Bethany, come over here, please. And one of these skeletons in the lower group that looks like they took a pretty big hit from the glaive does kind of come over, clutching at her arm, where you can see that there's a pretty nasty dent through the, oh my god, arm bones. Oh my god, it's been so long since grade school.
Radius?
Yeah, that's them.
Sure, Radius and Ulna. Yeah, one of those arm bones. So if you don't mind, I'm curious to see your work.
Oh, damn, they shattered your arm bone.
They shattered my arm bone.
Yeah, I'll do some healing on her while
Perfect.
people are going on in the background.
Yeah, there's no time pressure. You take a little time and you're able to mend her up. And she looks at you. Thank you so much. This is my first time being attacked since, well, I was attacked. It doesn't hurt as bad as I thought it would. Maybe not having skin and muscles and nerves is a boon.
Yeah, it's a little odd. It takes a while to get used to.
Anyway,
Definitely doesn't hurt as bad though.
yeah, no, I suppose I'm a little braver now. I can do anything.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better.
as you're doing all that, Prospo eventually kind of like puts his stuff back together. And he comes out with a big, like, coin purse full of gold. And also a bunch of very fine clothing that he has slung under his arm. I am afraid that I don't have quite as much gold to throw around as I used to, but I do have about, he starts counting, 50 gold each? And these clothes, they're, fine. They're nice.
That's very generous, thank you. So you think somebody tried to... Somebody broke into your cart and took your necromancy book? Do you have any idea who it might have been?
I couldn't imagine. We've met lots of travelers since we've been up here. They've come and gone, some in the opposite direction, but none were here recently. We've been waiting here for almost 2 hours now, all by ourselves. We were going to catch the last cart out, but we had some stragglers who were still catching up. All I know is, we were all gathered here, just kind of talking. There was a loud rattling noise. That was unusual. Almost like a big snake or something? I don't know. Or a maraca?
I have a wild question. Jane loves books so much, and she loves this guy's books. Is there a world where I've read about the enemies of Prospero? Where I would I know that I should just ask him, but Jane's like, I wonder if I've read about any of his enemies.
Right, for sure. Give me a society check. Or if you have something more appropriate.
Society and academia are the same for me, whichever's more appropriate.
Probably just society, then.
There's no world in which this man thinks he has any enemies.
Oh, yeah. For sure. You, with the 21, are probably under the impression that it's not like he has enemies as much as everybody thinks he's out of his goddamn mind and he's going to get himself killed. If anything, he's pretty well respected. A lot of people see him as, like, either funny traveler man who do funny thing and write funny book, or like a genuine boon to society who helps, like, educate on the dangers of the wildlands and monsters. It would almost be like if there was a foppish Steve Irwin. Like, nobody treats Steve Irwin like an enemy. They just might be like, oh, he's going to get himself killed one day.
Except for the stingray.
Makes sense.
Right.
Question. So,
I
like,
think having... Sorry, go ahead.
being as how he did get himself killed at some point, and he then came back and continued to his work, does that affect how people thought of him?
A lot of people don't know that he's back yet. In fact, when Hopper found the first edition of this book in Del Muerto, that was the first time that he, one of the biggest fans of Prospero, learned that he was still alive. So presumably, not many people know that he has, quote-unquote, survived yet.
I think he's canonically the biggest fan because Prospero's wife told him.
True, he signed a document stating that he's his biggest fan.
Jane probably nonetheless rattles off like, oh, you don't suppose it could have been the great monster of such and such city that you fought in your second book, or maybe rattles off 2 or 3 of the stories of him fighting sentient creatures that might come back for him.
For sure. And yeah, you would definitely have some examples of, like, there were altercations. And he naturally is like, oh, certainly not. I gave him delicious food and left him alone. There's no reason he would come after me. And even with your 21, you kind of get the impression, like, he doesn't fight very much. He is very diplomatic. He will defend himself if necessary. He's clearly a skilled swordsman. But he doesn't go around looking for monsters to kill. He goes around looking for monsters that will allow him to talk and to study them. And if they don't seem cooperative, he just leaves.
Right.
So it's not like... In fact, I don't know. I would have to double check. I don't know if he has slain any monsters.
Right. He's just an explorer.
Right. He's an explorer. He's an
Steve
adventurer.
Irwin.
He's a Steve Irwin, yeah.
Makes sense. Okay, cool. I don't think I'm the right person for this, but I don't see like tracks going to or from this wagon now.
You can also give me a survival check if you want.
As she's asking that, can I walk over? I was going to attempt a root read by the cart.
Absolutely.
I'll just let Foster
or as
go,
I
but-
see her like looking for tracks, I'll just help her and cast root read.
For sure.
While they're doing that, Mira and Ari get foppish.
Hell yeah, get foppish.
Get foppish. Jane politely folds the foppish clothes up and puts it in her backpack, never to be worn. I love it.
True. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let's see. We need a survival check from Foster with a +1.
So you're probably better at it than me, Foster, so you go for it. I got a +2.
Okay, cool.
With a 20, you kind of run into the same problem that Baby Boy did, where this place is just very well traveled. It's been pretty dry for a while. There's not a lot of clear indicators of anybody going to this cart more recently than anyone else. Let's see. I will say that on a 20, you've hit the next threshold. You still don't get any specific people that are going in and out, but you're at least able to see that there is one set of very large footprints that resemble a Loxodon. And you know that Ingwa, the Witcher who has the orrery, was a Loxodon. With that said, those footprints don't go anywhere near the cart. They seem to linger kind of over here by where there was a camp a few hours ago, and then they get onto this platform and then kind of disappear from there. But at the very least, you're able to confirm that the Witchers probably came through here within the past day or two.
Okay. I have a weirder question, because I can't remember exactly how we stumbled upon this scene.
Yeah.
We were walking through the cave and heard the sounds of combat. How do I want to phrase this? Did it sound like the combat started as we were approaching? Like our approach caused this? Or
Oh,
already
man.
ongoing?
I would need to go back to rewatch to be certain, but if I remember correctly, it sounded quiet, and then you heard the sound of combat, and then ran up.
Okay.
You were still pretty distant at the time.
I think that sounds right. Yeah.
But yeah, it seemed like it started about the time you showed up, or more realistically, about a minute or so before you showed up.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, thank you again for your help. We're just going to be waiting here for the carriage in an hour or two, I believe. You're welcome to stay with us. We were in the middle of preparing some dinner before you or some lunch before you showed up. Although, it would be a shame to let Clucky go to waste. Maybe we'll have a slightly healthier lunch.
Sure. I don't
Texas
think we've got
being
anywhere else to be.
Between you and me, our group doesn't actually eat very much, although we enjoy the taste of it.
I'm curious to see what happens with eating it, with it being a conjured creature.
At some point, his food's getting prepped. Sorry, go ahead.
The hell are you doing here, anyways? Weren't you going north?
Oh, yeah, we were. I had hoped to catch a ship out of Moresco, but, we went to the docks and they turned us away. Apparently there was a scare recently in Moresco. Some undead thing came through one of the portals, and now the whole town is on guard. None of the sailors would take us. In fact, between you and me, I think we were kind of lucky to get out of there in one piece. We had a little help from my son, reluctantly, but he made sure that we got out of the walls without being attacked. We figured the next best option was to head up north to Octima and hope that we could catch an airship and kite, so that's the plan. Trying to get across the sea to the north to the, to Cyril. Apparently there's a family there that might be able to help us.
You're not getting any help in Cyrillin.
That's what I thought too, but I had a friend who left maybe 5 or 6 months ago, back when things started to get strange in Delamuerzo, and she said that there was a family up there who was sympathetic, to her at least, and she's a friend of mine, and I assumed that well, maybe I'll be able to find some respite there. Apparently they're on the outskirts of Cyrillin, pretty far from Holy Chrysicus.
What's your friend's name? Or, I guess, family name also.
Oh, well, she went by Vesper, and the family's name was Trefnoff.
This suspicious son of a bitch.
Do
I know the family name?
You don't at first, but as you ruminate on it, and as you start to smell the smell of dire chicken frying, there is kind of a moment where you feel yourself being pulled into a memory. And give me a moment, it's been like a month, I have to make sure that I actually have any of this prepped.
I'm going to try to do just like like kind of dire chicken tenders, maybe, so the gaminess of the meat doesn't matter as much.
Love that.
Can I have a leg and a thigh?
She looks at the leg and thigh that are the size of truly a horse's legs and thighs.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
have seen Baby Boy eat.
True.
I've seen Baby Boy eat like 3 meals at a time. This is like a horse's thigh. This is like 300 pounds of meat.
Okay, I guess I am looking at the chicken now. That is a pretty big chicken.
It's a very big chicken. Its right arm, like its front right arm, is about the mass of all of Jane.
I'll make you
This is
like
a bear-sized chicken.
Yeah, it sure is.
I will make you like 30 chicken tenders though.
Okay, we got it. We got it. Do I have the right tokens on here?
Actually, I that was mostly a joke. Baby Boy's actually not going to eat any of the chicken.
Good to know.
Can you make dino nuggies?
Absolutely.
Pick some demon nuggies. Damon nuggies.
This handsome fuck.
Foster.
I'll never get over how little Foster is.
He's so tiny. If I remember correctly, I think this is the scene of the same memory that you had most recently. I think this is almost a direct continuation of the last memory you
It
had.
looks like it.
You find yourself in a little field or garden or meadow that has been turned into a quiet little wedding reception hall. It looks pretty late in the night. You imagine that the official proceedings have already ended. Everybody is kind of just enjoying drinks. There's wine that is flowing. And you see, way off in the distance, Thalia and this elven man just talking to people, kind of doing the thing that a bride and groom do, where they make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak to them and shake their hands and congratulate them. You are seated on a bridge over by the creek, and as you're kind of just watching, a man approaches, a very tall woven man. And in this memory, you remember that he kind of comes over, sits down opposite to you on the other side of the bridge, crosses his legs, with just kind of a bit of a forlorn expression on his face. But he looks over to you reluctantly. You're Foster. You're Foster Nasir, right?
That's me. You must be, Jack?
Check. Yes, Jack Trefnov. And he... Or good.
Nice to meet you.
It is, actually. It is good to finally meet you. And he reaches a hand out, kind of leaning over. He's courteous, but a little awkward. And it becomes clear to you that, like, he is just as uncomfortable in the noble clothes that he is wearing as you would be if you were suddenly stuffed up into a big pompous outfit and forced to attend this as an attendee instead of a groundskeeper. I've heard a little bit. Lord Calais. The young Earl has told me that you and Lady Vesper are, well, a lot like us.
Oh, yeah, we're pretty close. It's all kind of a show, you know?
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone I said that.
No, I wouldn't. I would be in just as much trouble, I think. It's good to see you in person. I was worried for a long time that maybe Lillian was giving me platitudes, or empty assurances, I suppose. Not that I don't trust him, I do, with every corner of my heart, but well, the trusting heart and the worrying mind are two very different things. But I see it now.
I understand that. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I don't know, I'm just glad to see it in person. The way that you look at her, the way that she looks at you. She's not my type, she's, but she's beautiful. And she's more beautiful when she looks at you. Maybe this whole thing really is just politics after all.
Thank you. Lillian's quite a catch, too.
Yeah, he is. It's a shame I couldn't catch him.
I think you've caught him. I can tell.
And yeah, when you look over towards Thalia and Lilin, they both look over to you. They're laughing. They're having a good time. It's clear that they're friends. You've heard stories. You know they grew up together. You know that this has all been arranged for a long time. But this is your first time hearing of Jack. But when they glance over to you, you can't help but notice that Lilin looks at Jack exactly the same way that Thalia looks at you. And Jack kind of says, yeah, I suppose I may have caught him. But that doesn't change that I won't see them for some time. They will, leave by necessity. They'll form a house, they'll claim land. By necessity, they will consummate their marriage, maybe even sire children someday. And I suppose I can't help but wonder, what good is love in the face of all that? Can it even really be love when you spend so much of your lives apart? When the years pass without you and you both grow old? When they look different every time that you see them? Their face has new wrinkles and scars from all the adventures you didn't share with them?
I don't know. I guess it's hard, but well, I don't really like to think about it that way, I guess.
How do you think of it? It's all I can do is think of it like that.
I kind of like to think about it like a river. And no matter what you try to do to stop it or get around it or build a bridge across it, there's not really a way to stop it. The river's always going to run. It's always going to wind and twist and turn, and it'll look different as the world changes around it and the river shapes the world around it. But no matter how many bridges you build or obstacles it comes against, nothing ever really stops it.
I see why she likes you. I'm gonna go get a drink. Would you like one?
That does sound kind of delightful right now.
Yeah. Are you allowed in there? Do they make you sit outside?
That's probably a question I know, but
You-
I don't know.
You probably get the idea that it's late enough in the evening, nobody's really gonna care. Technically, you're not dressed for a formal party, but, like, it's almost 1 in the morning.
I've got an idea. You hand me that stuffy coat jacket you're wearing, because you look kind of miserable in it,
Oh,
and
thank
I'll
God.
try to sneak in.
It is going to be much too large for you, but at this point, I think everyone is too drunk to notice. And he stands up and he takes off this stuffy, purple, like, 6-buttoned vest, and he hands it over to you. And it is, like, almost as tall as your entire person. Czech stands, like, a good 3 or 4 feet taller than you.
Ah, perfect fit.
And as you walk off to go get a drink, that's where you kind of snap back and you find that there's a big chicken cooking over the fire. Prospero is kind of back to talking to Hopper. It's like the conversation has moved on a little bit without you. But we're back. Oh, you're back. Sorry, I think you had a moment, a memory. You're still remembering.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm definitely still remembering.
Well, take your time. It's a struggle. It took me quite a while to piece everything back together. I didn't really even realize who I was for, the better part of a year, 2. It comes eventually, but it's an awkward process.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Where are you headed?
You know, that's a good question. Eventually I'm looking for some gardens across, well, the world.
That sounds wonderful. Vesper was into gardens too. If I see her again, I'll give her your name. What can I call you?
Foster Nasir.
Foster Nasir. All right. Let
I
me
might,
write this down.
I might be overstepping here, misconstruing things, but well, I used to work for the Vesper house when I was skinned.
Oh, skinned. I like that. That's a good one.
So,
Oh,
Oh, I know. I met a couple of other Vespers in De La Muerto. I believe one of the gate guards is a Vesper. I don't know if you got a chance to speak to any of them.
I did. I tried to speak to all of them while I was there. If your friend, this might be too big of a favor to ask, but if your friend knows anything about Thalia or what happened to her or Lilith, I'd be really appreciative.
She didn't really talk very much about home. I think it made her sad and we didn't push, but when I see her, I'll ask. I'll give her your name for certain.
I really appreciate that.
Of course.
And one more favor, if you don't mind.
Yes.
And I'll hand him back the 50 gold he paid us. Or did he pay each of us 50?
Yeah, each of you 50 gold.
I'll hand him back the 50 gold that he handed me, and I'll just lean in real quiet. Will you sit next to Hopper during lunch?
Give me a diplomacy check. The DC here is very easy. I just want to see if you can crit succeed it.
Does undead empathy apply
It
here? for making an
absolutely
impression?
does. 100% it does.
Use diplomacy to make an impression on mindless undead. Okay, cool.
I guess technically it'd be mindless, but I'm going to let it
He's
apply.
not mindless at all.
you
It's
cannot
close
tell
enough.
me for 1 second that this guy's not mindless.
So what was the check?
I'll let you. Diplomacy check. And you can absolutely have your bonus on this.
I'm really bad at this. Hey.
Hey! So the DC was 5. That is a critical success. He gives the money back except for 1 golden coin. He says, I would be happy to spend the next couple of hours waiting for the cart, talking to him. I have many admirers, but I treasure each one as much as the last. What's his name?
Hopper.
Hopper, right, yes. Sorry, I had forgotten it for a moment. The remembering thing is very hard still.
I understand. You won't forget him.
Perfect. He kind of gives you the coins back, and then he goes back to addressing some of the people he's been traveling with. But then he sits down with a big plate full of fried chicken, essentially. And he calls out, Hopper! It's Hopper, right? Come over here, tell me about your travels. And Hopper just, freezes, and then he's like, oh, okay. And he runs over and starts to sit down, and he sits completely silent for, 2 minutes before eventually Prospero's like, where did you come from? And he starts, pulling information out of him. And after 3 or 4 minutes or so, Hopper's inability to keep his mouth shut finally returns, and he just starts rattling. And you worry that he's going to, run out of breath and pass out. But Prospero's smiling the whole time. He's having a good time. And at a few points, you do see he's actually impressed or intrigued. He starts to look through Hopper's field journal. He sees a few things that are actually, I can't believe you drew that. You drew that yourself. Oh, yes, I've been practicing art too, because I know that sometimes there are monsters that look very similar to each other, and it's important to have the distinguishing characteristics that are clearly marked out so that in a moment's notice you can try to distinguish whether you're dealing with a polar wraith or, a geomagnetic wraith, because, you obviously have to deal with one a very different way than the other. You don't want to carry any metal towards a geomagnetic wraith. Yes, of course. Nerd! It's very good. You're doing wonderful work, Hopper.
What do I have to roll to cook this chicken?
That would be a crafting check. But you could give me agriculture if you want.
No. It's good because Jane has many flaws. 2 of them are, one is she's very kind of hard-headed and convinced she can do anything she sets her mind to.
Wait, what?
And another one is that she is bad at cooking. Doesn't ever cook.
Excellent.
So we'll use the worst roll here. That should turn out okay.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. Yeah, you do a good job. Honestly, it's chicken. It's good. It's tasty. As long as you don't overcook it and make it dry, it's going to be good. It's going to taste like chicken.
Hell yeah. She's never cooked this recipe before, but she just has watched Alex do it a lot of times back in the old blue box, so she just does what she was seeing before.
That makes a whole lot of sense. Eventually. Or does anybody have anything that they do over the course of dinner as you wait for the box?
I'm gonna probably go eat somewhere private.
Understood. That makes a lot of sense.
Foppishly.
I'm gonna focus and get some focus points back.
Yep, makes sense.
I'm gonna beat up this phantom branch.
Oh, is he still here? Oh, yeah, shit. We gotta get rid of the phantom. Pow! He's gone.
Guys, I have so much focus now. I have 3 focus now.
I suppose I'll refocus a little bit, probably while cooking, and then, or probably not while cooking, but I'll sit by. I don't want to interrupt Hopper and Prospero's thing, but I'll like kind of listen in on their conversation just because Prospero's interesting to me too.
For sure. Very nerdy. Very, very nerdy. And there are a few moments where they kind of like geek out in similar ways, and it becomes clear to you that they're kind of kindred souls, although Prospero, as foppish and eccentric as he is, has several decades of tempered expectations and kind of a calmer demeanor to him. He's learned to sort of hold himself back a bit, whereas Hopper is just like raw, unfiltered enthusiasm for anything geeky and weird. But once they do start talking about geeky stuff, they get lost in it. They get lost in it so fast in discussing the meaningless minutia, the taxonomy of different monsters, the weird things that irk them about the way that other people have categorized the different herbs of the northern region. Just the dumbest shit to talk about, and they're having a time with it.
Oh yeah, right on that level for sure.
Excellent. Eventually,
I eat
Sorry,
Hopper's food.
he does not mind one bit. In fact, you get the impression that Hopper is probably not going to eat or blink or drink until, like, Prospero's out of his sight.
Super quick, while everyone's eating.
Yes.
I just wander over and
Oop, you cut off after wander over.
oh, sorry, I wander over and find Baby Boy.
Yeah.
So I'm probably like, I don't know. Would Prospero let me use his hut to be private?
Yes, if you need a moment, just careful not to touch too many things. There shouldn't be anything terribly dangerous in there.
Okay. So the door's probably closed.
Yeah, and he will happily open it for you and then walk back over.
Yeah, I meant when Foster comes up to it. The door.
Oh, I see. Then yeah, you do find, Baby Boy's in there. Everybody watched him go in there, but the door is currently closed.
I'll knock on the door.
He who is it?
It's Foster. Just want to make sure you're okay.
Oh, I'm just eating.
Hello?
Ah, you can come in if you want.
Okay. I'll go in.
So when you come in, Baby Boy looks a little different. He's sitting there with his head off, but his fur is luminous now, and it is constantly moving as if it is like the surface of a star.
Wait, he has no. Oh wait, never mind. I thought you meant like headless.
he has his costume head off, his mask.
Okay. Okay.
Now his fur is like looks like little tiny solar flares constantly moving.
You never know.
You never know. He just
I don't know.
another mask.
How many layers deep is this facade?
Oh, you look hungry.
Mm-hmm. This kind of just happened.
The glowing and the whatever's going on.
Yeah, I think for his making nuclear fusion.
I don't think I would understand that even if I could understand what you said.
Hmm.
You not like to eat with people?
Oh, I like my privacy. Besides, if I take off the mask, it breaks the magic.
I
And I
guess
don't-
that's true.
And I didn't kill these people.
You could kin these people though.
Oh, not sure. Yeah, if I do, then maybe.
No pressure. I mostly want to make sure you were okay.
Oh, I appreciate it, Foster.
Alright, well, everything you do is the weirdest thing I've ever seen, so I
Oh,
think
thank
I'm
you.
gonna head back to the group, and, well, if you need anything, you know where to find me. Not weird in a bad way. Sorry, I'm not very good at this.
You didn't take enough into it?
Mayor, your hat looks good.
Thank you. I feel quite foppish.
I'll just head back to the group.
As you turn and start to head back, what is your perception, DC? What's your passive perception?
Ooh, great question. Same rules as 5e, just 10 plus?
Yeah, 10 plus.
21 passive.
Wonderful. Give me a will save, please.
I'd much rather not.
What a delight. As you are turning to leave, you see that there's a little desk where Prospero seems to do a lot of his writing. You can see that there's a quill and some... also a lot of colored pencils and leads. He does a lot of drawing here. You can see that there are sketches of various people, but also monsters and herbs and berries and things that could be useful that he has probably found on his adventure. But you do see that there is also a little leather-bound journal of some sort, and sticking out of that journal, there is a bookmark. And on that bookmark, you see that there are pressed flowers. You see that there are pressed and dried mandevilla, honeysuckle, and morning glory.
This son of a bitch.
And when you see those, you are pulled right into another memory. You're on a grassy hill, one that you remember from one of the very first memories that you experienced when you woke up. It's dark, it's nighttime, the moon is mostly covered, which means it doesn't have that same kind of brilliant blue that your first memory did when you caught your tent on fire. But Thalia is there. She is holding hands with you. She's kind of eagerly trying to lead you up this hill. She's like, come on, we don't have a lot of time, let's go. Come on.
I'm coming as fast as I can, I've got little legs.
She laughs and continues up. And eventually you crest over the hill, and you see your hill once again, but there is new stuff there. Namely, there appears to be a little grove or garden of some sort. And it's not very good. The trellises look like they probably wouldn't last through a windstorm. Some of the plants are clearly overgrowing their bounds, and you figure that by this time next fall they will cover most of the hill. They're not going to stay contained. Some of the string is tied up in weird ways that it's probably going to choke some of the flowers. There are things that just are amateur. But they're here, and you do see those 3 flowers, the mandevilla, the honeysuckle, the morning glory. And Thalia looks to you. Do you like it?
Did you do all this?
Yeah. I was, all those times that I snuck off to the library, I was doing a little reading, but I was reading about how to do this, and doing some of this. That one time when I came back with the big cut over my eye, it's because that fell on me.
Thalia, it's beautiful.
I hope so. I was hoping to have it done before we leave. And she looks over your shoulder, and you do see that Lilin and Czech are kind of standing over by a fire. And you also see that there are 2 other figures here. The Lord and Lady Vesper are seated on a stump near the fire, and they both kind of look at you. And eventually the Lord and Lady kind of stand up and come over. And he says to Foster.
Hello, do I refer to him as Lord?
Normally, yes, it would be like,
okay.
He is the Lord or Lord Vesper.
Kind of figured, but
yeah.
Lord Vesper?
Caldwell
Lady
is fine.
Vesper?
Foster, you know that officially I cannot condone any of this. This escapade is reckless, it is dangerous, it is contradictory to everything that our house stands for. But unofficially, no one in the entire world makes my daughter as happy as you do. And so, I wouldn't miss this for the world. I wasn't here, you understand that?
Of course, but what's happening?
And the lady, Melanie. Well, the real wedding, of course. And Thalia looks at you and smiles.
I'll look back at her and kind of like a look of disbelief. And then I'll go in to hug her.
Yeah, she hugs you. You see a tear starts to roll down her eyes. And she walks you over under this little arch of trees that have been grown into basically a little archway. She says, I didn't really even get far enough along to think of vows or anything like that, but I got you a book. Do you journal?
I can.
I'd like it if you did. Here. And she hands you a journal, and she hands you a bookmark with these 3 pressed flowers. I picked these 3 at first because they were all really easy, according to the books I was reading. Some of them are actually so easy to grow that people consider them weeds. But, after I narrowed it down to easy things that I thought I could handle, I found these 3, and they all represent love. And I know that that's really cheesy, but you have to start somewhere, I guess. But then I kept reading, and they have a lot in common. They're all, what do they call them? Climbers. They're twining climbers. And what that means is that when they can't see the sun, they look for something else. Anything else. Anything sturdy, anything solid. And they latch on, and they grow with it. They go around in circles, round and round as long as it takes, as high as they must, until eventually they see the sun again. They're persistent. They're actually kind of real bastards. Can't kill them if you're trying.
They really don't give up.
No. Foster, I know that things aren't how we wish they were. I know we're going to be apart for a while. And I know that, I'm going to have a hard time seeing the sun without you. But I know that I love you, and I won't be alone. And I want you to know that you aren't either. So if you could, just... And she hands the journal to you. Cling to this. Write in this. Every day. And leave the bookmark at the last day where I saw you, so I know where to start. So I can find out what I missed while I was gone.
Of course. Every day. I love you too, Thalia.
Yeah.
And no matter what happens, well, just know that I'm always going to be looking for you.
Yeah. I'm glad. I don't know when things will be the way that we wish they are, but I think that maybe love is what happens while you're busy wishing. Just promise me you won't leave. Promise
Never.
me I'll find you here when the time is right.
Absolutely. Our roots are, well, they're intertwined, so to speak. I'll be here when the time's right.
All right. Eventually, the Lord and Lady kind of step up again to the 4 of you, and you do see that she has there are journals and similar bookmarks in Shaq and Lillian's hands as well. She has made some of these for each of you, including herself. And they nod and smile, and they wipe away tears. Well, this has been very sweet. I'll see you all in the morning. But, they are going to be expecting children in about 9 months. We made sure that there are mage lights in the tent this time instead of lanterns. Please try to make it back home alive. And they start to walk. And Lillian and Jack take each other's hands and they make their way to one of the tents, and Thalia grabs yours. And that is where your vision returns back. You find yourself at the doorway of Prospero's little wagon, baby boy behind you with his mask off, eating a giant chicken wing.
How long did he just froze there?
You baby boy, you saw him freeze there for the better part of like 2 or 3 minutes, just like stock still, clearly having some sort of an experience.
I'll like come out with my head on.
Is it still in the cart?
You're right at the doorway.
Okay. I think Foster probably like completely forgets themselves and their manners and all that good stuff and picks up the journal and opens it.
As you open it, you do find that it is Prospero's journal. It has an account of his daily life. Most of it is very dry, it's very academic, although he does make notes about the people that he met. You do see the whole bookmark, though, and it is a little different from the one that was made from you. But you do see that down at the very bottom corner of it, it is signed TV. And when you see those initials, you, for the first time since you have woken up, smell clearly. And you're greeted by the overwhelming smell of fried chicken.
Oh my god. That smells so good.
Oh, it does.
I have to go eat that.
Are you okay, Foster? You kind of...
I don't really know.
Yeah, sit.
Can I get some chicken? Or share some of your chicken?
Oh, I don't have any chicken.
This is the worst day of my life.
Yeah, you sit. I'll go get you some chicken, and I'll like throw my head back on, and I'll go grab a plate of chicken.
Damn it. You
Come
can't
back.
make me cry, then make me hungry. This is cruel.
I'll come fetch him some chicken.
Eventually he returns with an enormous thing of fried chicken tendy.
Yeah, I'll eat
I'll,
them
like-
as much as I can.
Yeah, I'll put like a bucket under him, I guess.
You do find that just like before, it kind of trickles through. There is like a very faint magical absorption process. You get something out of it, but most of the chicken just kind of processes through. However,
The part now is I get to eat the bones too.
True. You do find that with your sense of smell, so comes your sense of taste. You taste fried chicken. The first thing that you've tasted in like a year since you woke up.
I don't know what's happening, baby boy, to me. It's been a busy couple of minutes. I think I remember marrying Thalia and her wedding night and her political wedding night. She handed us journals like this one with the same bookmark and told us to write in them, which means mine must be out there somewhere. But it has her TV. It's hers, or I guess maybe it could be Prospero's friend.
Oh, hold my hand up. The book.
I'll hand it to you.
I'm gonna the page that her initials on. Is there like a date?
So the initials are on the bottom corner of the bookmark. The book appears to just be Prospero's journal, and as you flip through it, you see it mostly just seems to be his writing.
Well, perhaps we could use the memory for this. Find out how to exchange hands.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Oh, I've got a spare chicken bone. I can use that as a bookmark if I need to.
So, you're married?
I think so. Not legally. I mean, I don't even know if she's still alive, but well, I don't think she is.
What was she like?
She was, I don't know. It'd be like if you took all of Mayor and his infinite universes and the beauty inside of him and put it into a person. Sorry, Mayor.
None taken. I'm not really a person.
You know what I mean. It's just an expression.
I know. I was doing that thing called a joke.
Ha ha ha.
Haha.
Marriage is usually till death do you part, so you might need to renew that.
Oh,
Did you bust through the door?
Yeah. I
Smell chicken.
I remembered why I hate this guy so much. There's only so much of those two nerds that I could handle.
We're just talking about love.
This is good chicken, you're wasting it. And I'll go and just start eating out of the bucket.
Not like off of Foster's ribs.
If you'll let me.
Yeah. Actually, I've kind of been wanting to talk to you too, Tex, and I don't know, I'm feeling emotional after the last 10 minutes.
I'll give you a nice little pat on the shoulder.
I don't have a shoulder, but
Your shoulder bone.
I think I owe you an apology
For what?
for my hypocrisy. I'm gonna be honest here. I don't think I'm ready to forgive you or understand why you did what you did, but well, what I know about who you were, I assume you're used to people expecting the worst of you, and I don't want to project that onto you if it's not true, but I don't ever want to treat you that way, and I'm sorry if I made you feel alone.
I shouldn't have come in here. I hate emotions. I leave and feel deeply awkward and uncomfortable. And unpleasantly reflective.
Mm-hmm. Somebody thrust thoughts and feelings upon you. How dare they?
Yeah, what an asshole.
It'll never happen again.
It definitely will.
He didn't even take all the chicken.
Hey, Tex, I have a question. Let's see, go on. That's it. Big boy had a question. Tex, I have a question for you.
Is it more emotional stuff?
Well, kind of. More theoretical, I guess.
Alright, shoot.
You said you were born of negative emotions, sympathies that coalesced into the demon form.
Mm-hmm.
What does it feel like to be on the receiving end of those specific emotions that created you, and the opposite? Does it hurt?
Which one first?
The first one first. I guess that which made you.
Feels pretty natural.
But you also dislike people for creating you with those emotions, no?
Suppose so.
What's it like to be on the receiving end of the opposite of the emotions that created you?
Honestly, it's really unpleasant.
Completely.
It's unnatural. You know, I'm trying to think of a metaphor that would work for you to help you understand this sensation, and I truly just can't. You are an enigma. Truly baffling and incomprehensible.
I'm caught between worlds. That should be try. I might understand.
It's like being very high up and looking over the edge and knowing that if you keep looking you're gonna fall.
That sounds pretty terrifying.
Are you trying to psychoanalyze me?
Oh, no, completely. I'm mostly just trying to understand you.
So that's a yes.
Well, I guess by definition. Yes. Just, you seemed angry. And then you seemed angry with yourself for acting on that anger.
Boy, it's getting real heavy in here.
I just really hate empaths.
If we go back outside, Ruka's waiting for you.
This might be a good time for us to confess. I've
All the
committed.
crimes I committed.
Oh no, I meant for me. I murdered someone. Branch is really upset about it.
You murdered someone?
What? Well, apparently it was against the law. So therefore it's murder.
I'm not too worried about if it was legally murder. Did you kill someone?
I mean, we've killed people before in combat. If it's self-defense, it's not murder.
Was it self-defense?
In a sense, yes, but they were unarmed, and apparently that makes it so that they are murdered. I'm still trying to understand.
Well, I would start by saying that innocence, but they were unarmed, is probably not the best way to start.
They prevent. And
What happened? Branch is mad? Wait, what's going on?
someone from Branch's past wanted revenge. We defended him. Branch showed mercy. But unfortunately, due to circumstances, I believe we were in continual danger. So I eliminated the threat.
I thought Time Girl did that.
I feel as maybe she would not have if I would have not.
Wait, does everybody know about this?
Twiggy didn't seem very mad at you for your admitting to this. Frankly, I think whoever did it did the right thing.
Well, okay, let's take a couple steps back.
I left out a bit of important information because it's confidential, but suffice to say that I believe it put us in danger with powerful individuals, and I was trying to keep that information from getting back to them. And that man was dead anyways.
Well, he was alive until you killed him.
True.
The emotional whiplash going on in the last 15 minutes is driving me a little bit crazy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, okay, so... Wait, so you killed an unarmed man on behalf of Jane because you thought it might be dangerous to let him go?
I feel like might is a soft word.
I feel like innocence is a deflecting phrase.
How innocent can a man be when he attempted to take our life? And failed.
He was unarmed. How did he attempt to take your life?
He attempted before that.
Yeah, but like, how? What did he do? Because so far you're telling me that you found an unarmed man.
Oh, he lured us into a cave and attempted to ambush and kill us all to kill Branch, because Branch did something in his past.
And then Branch chose to let him go?
Yes.
And you doubled backed on that and killed him anyway?
Something happened in between the two.
Would you care to elaborate? Because so far I'm thinking that Branch is probably in the right. Sounds like Branch wanted to let this person go despite them coming after him.
It wasn't about that. We became...
Extra unarmed?
He's like sits there. He's like thinking of what to say next.
Sounds like if they had let him go, he would have come back and tried to kill Twiggy again. So
There's that. Or if you tell the people that this person was a smuggler and lost his product to us. This product seemed to be pretty hot. This was the second time this person has failed to smuggle something. They would have... I believe they would have killed him for information on us to track us down.
So you killed him? Because of what you believed? I'm not sure that I'm following any of this in a reasonable way. I might be a little soft here or from a different time, but so a smuggler was a bad smuggler and was trying to get revenge on Branch, and then Branch decided that he didn't want revenge and he wanted to let him go and move past whatever this was about. And then this bad smuggler who was maybe going to get in trouble with his employer was killed in a cave because maybe something bad would happen.
I guess so. Judging by your use of the word maybe so heavily.
I don't really know what to say. I know that I'm not the smartest person in this group, and maybe you and Jane were right, and it was a loose end and it needed to be dealt with, but I mean, that's a really permanent way to snuff out an issue. On a hunch.
Acting on hunches like this is what gets me alive for so long. I've decided to go against many of these hunches in the past, and it's backfired on me.
let me tell you, it's a lot less permanent than you might think.
It's also these hunches that have kept you in a costume and eating alone in huts and trying to be scary. Don't you ever get tired?
No? I don't understand what you mean.
Of going on hunches and I don't know. I think I'm missing some context here. It's less permanent than I think. Sorry, I didn't mean to gloss over that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's ironic coming from me, but like...
People are so afraid of something that we know so much about. It's not even like permanent from a lot of people, especially now. And even for the people that it is, they go somewhere. Life carries on. Unfortunately.
It definitely does, but I'm just gonna tell you from personal experience, a life might carry on, but that life definitely ended. even if he keeps going.
You guys need to stop being so fucking good at this game. I'm crying.
Right.
Are you sure? Do you think that there's maybe a second version of you that didn't get back up? It's off in whatever heaven you're supposed to go to.
I guess there could be, but what does it matter? I'm only aware of this. This is me.
Guess I was just curious.
I'm not, I don't know. Like I said, somebody smarter than me might be able to answer that better, but
Sorry, Foster, I didn't mean to dump this on you. After just having such a revelation that you just had. It's just something I've been thinking about talking to you about.
it's okay. I mean, I appreciate you talking to me. I don't really know what to say. I don't think what you did was okay. It seems kind of rash and permanent.
Hi. It's something I struggled with yet, I guess. It's so different.
Do people kill each other a lot in the library?
No, not the library specifically, but it's hard to trust. Usually in danger. People see you're weak. They snap you out.
Sorry, you said if you show trust, people see you're weak? I just genuinely didn't understand that.
Yeah, it's hard to trust people. And if people see you're weak, they'll take advantage of you, they'll snap you out.
Since it was harder to trust him, you thought killing him would show you weren't weak?
That's a bit of a strange connection that you're making there. But no,
I guess I'm just confused. You just admitted that it's hard to trust people, and it's easier to be scary and push people away and make rash decisions. Even though to me it seems like you just admitted the harder thing, the stronger thing, is to trust someone.
maybe that's true here.
Look, I don't want to be the moral police here. I'm just a skeleton trying to find my way, but I don't know. I don't really know what to say.
Well, I'm trying. I know it's wrong here. I want to do better.
Maybe with some baby steps we can get rid of the here qualifier?
If you weren't a skeleton right now, if you had all of your flesh and bones, and the person who had killed you, who'd gotten away from, would you kill them?
I'm going to kill them.
Right.
But I don't see the comparison. Sorry.
This man tried to kill Twiggy, and then he had the knife turned on him. Can't complain if you're going to draw a knife.
I guess that makes a little bit of sense, but I don't know if it's exactly the same.
It's very much the same. The thing that's fucked up is that they were going to let him go and then changed their minds halfway. That's psychopathic. That's emotional torture.
Olin came after me unprovoked, over nothing that I had any control over, and killed me. If he had come to me unprovoked and tried to kill me, that's a whole different situation than somebody trying to get revenge on Branch, and I'm not saying that's right either, but I'm saying he tried, and Branch decided to let him go. And you guys took that from Branch.
I know.
That's probably fair. But at the same time, Twiggy does ask for it. Constantly.
He asked for it because he expects people to treat him that way. I'm not going to sit here and say that Branch is my favorite person in the world. He's rough around the edges, and outside of this group, I don't think we would ever talk to each other. But nobody's that indignant for no reason. Or maybe they are. Maybe I'm just naive.
I think you're right.
You're only naive if you're wrong.
I guess there's still time for me to be wrong.
Otherwise, you're just optimistic.
Well, I don't know if it's wrong, naive, or optimistic, but I do appreciate you telling me. I don't... I'll probably have to think about it for a bit, and I wish I had some words of comfort, but maybe don't murder again.
I think I can do that. I guess the problem comes in where the line of murder really is.
Boy, it's really good you caught me right at the end of my I'm a hypocrite speech, because this would be a much different conversation if you hadn't.
So just if someone attacks me, I can kill them. But only if it's while they're attacking me. That's not murder.
Self-defense, just in general if they're unarmed.
But what does unarmed mean? Just because someone doesn't have a knife in their hand doesn't mean they don't have it in your back.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I think maybe we took it a little too far. Wait, so does everybody know about this? So much just got dumped on me, and I just had 2 memories, and then I had a chicken for the first time. It's literally sticking to my ribs.
This is the best thing I've ever eaten.
As all of that is going on, Ruko and Jane outside, are you guys doing anything special during the meal, or are you kind of just listening to the 3 of them doing their nerd talk? Or joining the nerd talk, it sounds...
Jane, today's been a pretty good day. I mean, I think we're getting through to Tex. He seemed pretty happy about the chicken. And he'll bite a particularly tough bit of the chicken and pull it like a wild animal. It's more like jerky if you think of it like that. It's tries to swallow.
It helps.
It's actually more tasty if you think of it like jerky.
Yeah, if I had all the kitchen equipment and the ingredients I needed, it'd be a little more tender, but not too bad for whipped up on the fly. You're right, it does have a jerky quality to it, I suppose.
Yeah, he just waves his hand in the air, dismissing it. Yeah, matter of perception. Think of it like jerky, it's more delicious.
But yeah, it has been a good couple of days being here in the Sundial Steps and seeing all these things I've only ever read about, and meeting Prospero and Foster and everybody. It's been good.
Yeah. And plus, Hopper's getting his cardio in just by talking. Look at him.
It might be hard to believe because I'm being compared to Hopper by just being in proximity to him, but like I would be the freaking out nerd here if it weren't for the fact that there was a freaking out nerd freaking out harder than me right now.
It's fun to watch, though, isn't it? Look at him.
It's commonly believed that Three Crane don't sweat, but Prospero, or sorry, not Prospero, Hopper is like sweating. He's having a good time, but it's so clear that he is like, in his mind, he is doing QuickTime events back to back to back to say exactly the right thing to not look like an idiot in front of Prospero. And he seems to be doing well, but he is try-harding harder than he has ever tried hard.
He's got just crazy eyes all over the place.
Yeah. It's a bizarre dance of trying to just prove your nerdsmanship.
It helps me
This has
out,
been
though.
really,
I just get to sit and listen.
Yeah. Exactly. Speaking of, wait, where is everyone? It's hanging out in the wagon.
Yeah, I guess so. I saw Tex wander over there after his 15th tender. I think he was looking for more.
You see like strobing lights and like a beast beating.
Meanwhile, inside they're all crying.
Maybe Boy's not crying. I don't know. It's just Foster right now. Poor Foster.
We're all brutal murderers. We're outside, like I think we're really just making progress.
I heard Prospero telling Foster something about Vesper. He used to know Thalia Vesper. They used to be really close, I think. Maybe he's trying to find out more about her. If Prospero knew something about her.
Vesper, I think. I think I've heard Foster talk about him before.
So he mentioned it to me in the library.
So you for sure would have heard it at least around the Caribbean campfire.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like I'm as a person trying to flashback.
If Prospero knows her, if she's still around, she could be like Foster, I guess. It must be a lot for him to
He
process.
opens his mouth like he's about to quip a joke, and then he stops and takes him a bite of chicken. Stupid joke. Boning.
Amazing. There is eventually the sound of a bell ringing and the sounds of chains starting to rattle and gears starting to turn as one of these machines begins to spring to life. And you can see that there is another large island that is drifting closer and closer. And on that island, there is another setup very similar to this one with a pair of heavy cranes. And in those cranes, one of them is suspending a large wooden box, like the one that you see on the map here already. Although it is not currently here, it will be in a few seconds. Everybody starts to stand up, and Prospero also stands up and calls for everyone. Okay, come on. Everybody on the platform, remember, move in and get back as far as you can. We only have about a minute to get everyone on board before it continues with or without us. And everybody kind of starts to like move up to the platform, to the ramp.
At some point in that downtime,
yeah,
Jane's gonna go use the little girl's room and walk around the side of this thing and just get out her little tesseract and blazoned repair kit and do some repairs on herself if I could.
Perfect. Yeah, plenty of time.
I'll treat woundage.
Yeah, I guess at some point, if there was time between all the talking, I could have done some treat wounds on whoever needs it.
Yeah, you guys, I think it was like an hour or two before it showed up. You had time to do some healing.
What do we get on a 19?
I believe
without a gamble?
Without a gamble, I believe it is 2d8. I'd have to double check, but I think the baseline is 15 for 2d8.
Hell yeah.
Oh boy, how do I do this? I have to look up the table every time.
Yeah, I played Pip as a healer and never, ever remembered the numbers.
At your current level, you basically just choose to gamble for either 15 or 20.
Yeah, I'll do. Who's hurt really bad? Tex is hurt really bad. I'll try for a 20 on Tex.
Bless.
I assume this is nature enough for my natural medicine bonus.
Because of your natural medicine, you can use nature with your +1.
If that doesn't work, you could always just tear your eyeballs out and feed them to him.
Yo! Hell yeah!
Well, I know how to read.
48 plus 10? Yeah, 48 plus 10.
Doesn't get anything per crit.
That is with the crit. Oh, good. Yeah, so the DC 20 adds the 10 to it.
Yeah, the crit 6. Yeah. Oh, terrible rolls. Completely horrible.
Boy, that's a lot of ones.
Okay, I'm doing much better than I was.
If we have more time, I can keep doing it to whoever needs it, so.
For sure. And just kind of above board, you guys will have enough time to just sort of heal each other up for the rest of the trip.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. The risk of tipping my hand here a bit.
Not emotionally.
True.
Well, you're not gonna get into a combat? Mm.
Means I can burn any resources that I want.
True.
Free of consequence.
I mean, if you guys make a combat happen, a combat might happen. We'll see.
I'm going to shoot Tex right now. I just needed to heal first.
Push
Just kidding, I
Prospero
can't.
off the cliff.
Can't shoot Tex because I got no fucking gun.
True.
I assume that Jane, whatever wound she has to go tidy up, she gets her tools out and has to apply some sort of like rust removing magical cream to her, her bones underneath.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Just
Metal
some
bastards.
CLR.
It's fine. You can throw the bullets at me.
True facts.
We think she's drinking Mountain Dew, but it's just CLR.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, with machined precision, this giant wooden box, carried by the other platform's crane, swings close enough for you guys to all step on, and you see that people start to rapidly step in and push to the back as quickly as they can. And that whole time, the crane on the other island is swiveling to try to hold the box roughly in place as the islands drift past each other. And eventually, at one point, there's a heavy dunk as this hook transfers it from one crane to the other, and then from that crane to another, and then that crane finally back to the first island. And with that, it begins to drift away with the new island. You guys make it to the next step of the sundial step. The entire ride in the box is only about maybe 2 or 3 minutes or so before it lands on another platform and opens up from the other side, and everybody piles out on the last of the step. Prospero looks to all of you and says, well, we'll be traveling to the next platform. I don't know if you guys are going right away, but you're welcome to join us if you'd like. There's not really much of anywhere else to go, but I know some people like to linger and explore.
We'll be joining you.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Safety in numbers and all that.
Of course, certainly. And with that, he begins to lead on. Hopper kind of like takes a moment to just like catch his breath and be like, oh my god, I just spent an hour talking to Prospero. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And then Prospero kind of calls over his shoulder, Hopper, come on, we're not done yet. And he's like, oh shit. And he runs off to go catch up with him. Let's see. You guys continue to travel for about 2 hours or so before you get to the end of this island where you find another one of these platforms, and you have to sit and wait for another hour or two there. If there's anything that you would like to do during that wait, now's the time to do it. Otherwise, we'll kind of just fast forward until the final lift directly into Kite shows up.
I'm gonna go tell Hopper to buzz off.
Right, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to hug him. Okay. Thank you, Prospero. It's been so good to meet you. Of course, anytime. Good work on your field almanac. It looks great. And then Prospero looks to you. Yes, what can I do for you? Tex, right?
Sure.
Did you give him his name? I honestly can't remember. You did.
No,
Okay.
I basically have to talk to him at all.
Prospero, at your service. What can I do for you?
Yeah, I know. I need you to turn your ass around and head to Famador.
To Famador? What's in Famador?
Weiss needs you. Edel, specifically.
Edel. You know where Edel is?
Yeah.
How?
So I need you to stop this stupid expedition where you're going to go get yourself killed in Cyrillin, and come to Famidor with me.
Give me a diplomacy check.
Do you guys know that Tex is really good at talking to people?
Yeah, it's so apparent. It's so obvious.
It's really good at talking to people, you guys.
If Edel is there, of course. I was so disappointed when they weren't at... right, yes, Oh, give me a moment. Can I make sure that they make it safely into Kite? I know that Kite is generally open to the bazaar, but we also thought we would be welcome at Moresco. Can I at least make sure that they have somewhere to stay?
Yeah, we have to stop at Kite, and I think Time Girl over there is going to get us back to Famidor.
Time Girl is the... Oh, the human.
Literally the only girl
Yes.
in this entire world.
Well, some of my accomplices and traveling companions are women. They don't have their fleshy bits, but that doesn't change who they are. Anyway, I see what you're saying.
Advice from all women, maybe just don't go with fleshy bits.
Sorry, I've been hanging out with the... Oh god, I can't even be bothered to remember their name. There's a guild that we're associated with. It's a real sausage fest. Anyways.
True.
Terrible business.
All
Really.
of their women are kidnapped or dead.
Need to diversify.
You'll probably eventually find Rita. Maybe. And you... Yeah, she was a zombie. She doesn't count. Poor Francesca. Right, of course. Well,
She was both a zombie and a ghost.
True, you had both parts. Yeah, so technically it's like 5-on-3 if you count both of them. Yes, of course. Let me make sure that they get situated. I have a friend that I'm going to talk to in Kite. They can wait there for a little while. I'm sure it would honestly be safer for them there than in Cyrillin anyway. They are some of the brave ones, of course. They wanted to come with me at their own peril, but they can enjoy a little bit of downtime before we do all that. Edel, how is Edel? You've seen Edel.
Yeah.
They
need some help.
They need some help. What's wrong?
Do you know a good wizard?
Well, I've been studying for decades myself, but...
Need a dispel.
Oh, well... I'm still figuring that one out. Maybe. At the very least, I can try to get in contact with somebody who's a little better at it.
Great.
Why do they need a dispel?
Is that not obvious? Why does anybody need magic dispelled?
Some sort of a curse?
There you go.
Oh, no. What's the nature of it?
Nothing life-threatening, just an inconvenience.
Well, that's good. What, like a tripping curse or a belching at inappropriate curse?
More like a fully turned into a badger kind of a curse.
Oh, that is inconvenient, you're right. Okay, well, thank you for telling me. What is your name?
Tex.
He's having a Vietnam flashback. Okay.
It's great to meet you, Tex. Thank you again. I appreciate this tremendously. Do you know where they're staying, or will I just be accompanying you?
I can show you the way. They're at Lady Kata's.
Lady Kata's. Oh, Lady Kata's! She's still going? That's great to hear. Oh, Edel is at Lady Kata. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Okay, yes. Yes, I will go there. Post haste.
So, you lost a book.
Oh, yes, it must have been stolen. I don't know if lost is the right word for it, but I did lose it.
Do you remember what was in it?
Yes, it was a lot of my notes on necromancy. I'd been compiling it ever since I first set foot in Delamhuerzo. They have a lot of great techniques for, well, life as the unalive. How to heal, how to clean, how to maintain your polish, how to use beetles and bleach. It was just a lot of notes on...
Anything about growing skin back?
Oh, not that I had learned yet. I do know that there are some who do that. Typically, once the skin is gone, it's hard to get it back. People tend to naturally progress from zombies to skeletons to ghosts, and then they move on.
Could the skeleton get their flesh back?
Maybe, possibly. Anything's possible with magic.
She didn't have any notes on that.
No, I'm afraid that I didn't. It's hard to gather this information. It's not looked kindly upon by a lot of people, especially near Eden, and even more so near Cyrillin. Unma doesn't seem to care much.
Sorry, the feds were after me. I didn't want to disrupt the audio for a moment.
You're good, you're good.
So you don't know any powerful necromancers that might be able to fix... Then I gesture at him with a paw.
Well, maybe. The problem is that most powerful necromancers are not good. It's a terrible thing. I believe that there's a lot of good to be found in necromancy. But in most places, necromancy is outlawed, so it is resigned to criminals who take it up in the first place. And in the places where it is legal, it is resigned to those who seek profit, who are usually just as bad. The most powerful necromancer I know is the Desolate King, who's one of the most evil people I've ever known, and is apparently not as dead as we thought he was. People have been going missing all throughout Delamhuerzo, saying they've seen visions of him calling into their minds. That's why we're looking for a new place to stay. Terrible business when our safe haven is no longer safe.
So there's nobody that could fix this?
Maybe. There are a lot of arcanists in Eden if you were to find your way into the walled garden. I knew a necromancer in Avarice once. He was a kindly dragon, Silver Scales. But, I don't know what his state is. I know there's a feudal war going on up there. I can give you some names if you just need a list of necromancers.
Sure.
Well, certainly. Let me go get my notes. Oh, right. Damn. Well, in the absence of my notes, let me try to remember. Give me a moment. And he'll sit down, and he'll basically just, put his fingers on his temple and try to just focus. He sits there trying to remember.
Actually, I have something for this.
Oh, what you got?
I need to volunteer. Or two more volunteers.
I can help.
Okay, one more person, please.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to combine their minds and help him. And I will cast... Hold on, where'd I put it? Everyone, all three of us can give him the help action on... We can use any lore skill we want. Or yeah.
Hey!
And, yeah, I put academia in there, but it's any. So everyone, you can use your best lore skill, and you can help him recall this.
Excellent. Hell yeah.
As all three of our minds touch, which actually I'll probably, before I do this, I'm going to let Tex know specifically that he's going to. He's like, I know, he's got a thing with this guy. But especially since I'm flavoring it as our minds are actually touching. You guys are going to briefly touch the deep knowledge within baby boy.
You know what I'm rolling? You know what I'm rolling, baby? Big money.
Hero point. Hero point.
I don't care
What
about
are the-
Prospero enough to use a hero point.
What are the lore skills?
Brain.
Say that again.
What are the lore skills?
It can be anyone you want.
Any lore skill that you want.
Okay. Intimidation isn't a lore skill, though.
No, it has to be like
Yeah,
a lore
let me
skill.
double check. It might be like I think occultism and stuff might check. Let me look it up real quick.
Oh boy.
Yeah, just any lore skill. And we don't have to do the prepare 8 for it either.
Well, my best is a +7, so it's gonna be a 14 from me.
All right, so we have one fail, one critical fail, one critical success. You can absolutely nominate Foster for a hero point. I agree.
What's he trying to remember right now? I'm sorry, I missed some context.
He's trying to remember the names of powerful necromancers who aren't evil.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't care enough about this.
Hey, another critical success. Okay, wonderful.
Oh, I think it
can only be 3, yeah.
It can only be 3 people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
I went up to Foster and I identified a flower correctly. It
True.
was a little
Excellent
surprising.
work.
Oh, Ruko, I do think you actually have a way that you can contribute to this, though. Yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Composition spells. Lore Master's Etude. Etude? I don't know how to pronounce that word.
Seems like it's got to be Etude.
I have no idea. But either way, you get that back in 10 minutes anyway, so there's basically no reason to not cast it.
Okay.
So in addition to all the bonuses from your other friends, he gets to roll twice and take the better. Because of your spell. Let's see.
I'm gonna put it in here because it has things. Okay. Spell item. What?
Ability recall. Roll the triggering recall knowledge check twice. Use the higher result. Okay, here we go. And then let's see. The crit bumps it up to the fail has no effect. The critical fail brings it back down to -1. So we are at 24 right now. Let's see. Okay, here's what you get on the 24. Give me a moment to type all this out. You guys are welcome to talk amongst yourselves.
We're just gonna watch you like a counselor.
That's fair.
Yeah, I do have a question
No.
for Prospero, but I can wait until he's not recalling things from his mind.
I had a thing I wanted to talk to Foster about anyway, if we're killing time for a second. As we're like making this trek across this island, Jane will come up to Foster, who's looking at flowers. She's like, "Hey, I didn't mean to eavesdrop or anything, but I couldn't help it over here. Prospero said he might know Thalia. Like she's still around."
No need to apologize. Maybe he knows. I can't remember what name he said, but somebody with her last name at least. Could be a descendant. Maybe they know something.
That's great. That's great news. Do you know where they live?
I guess he was going to meet them in Cyrilo, or wherever they were going.
Are you gonna try to go?
I am. I feel like I have to.
Yeah, that's what I would certainly think so. If you have the opportunity to be back with her, if she's still alive. I mean, obviously it's been all these years, but maybe she's just like you now. I mean, it could be anyone, I guess, but
Maybe. Boy, I hadn't really thought about that, but.
I, 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 I,
Boy, I don't really thought about that, but I don't
mean,
know, it makes me a
there's
little nervous. I'm not, how I used to be, and I don't really, I'm still remembering quite a bit, but I don't have a lot of reason to think that she's still alive.
yeah, but if she is, she might be saying the same thing about you.
You know,
I mean, who knows?
I guess that's true.
I mean, there's got to be. I know. I can't remember how much Jane knows. There's got to be a reason that you came back, and if there was for you, then stands to reason maybe there would be for her too. I mean, you died, in a similar place, similar circumstances. Those are the sorts of things that can lead to that kind of necromantic activity. I think I'm not an expert, but
Me neither. You probably know more than I do. That's true, Jane. I appreciate it. What
yeah,
about, I'm sorry, I don't think I ever asked your partner's name.
she kind of looks down at her wedding ring. Says, Booker. His name's Booker.
I know we've kind of talked about this, but you must be itching to get back to him.
She smiles. Yeah, it's been hard, but necessary. But yeah, you're right. I guess that's why I wanted.
Sorry, go ahead.
I guess that's why I wanted to see if you were gonna head to Cereland. I know that there's nothing that I wouldn't do to be able to be back with my family. So I figured that would probably be the case for you too.
There's a notable pause while he remembers everything Baby Boy just told him. If you don't mind my asking, why don't you just go be with them?
It's complicated. I know it's a bit of a cop-out answer.
Yeah, if it's the truth, it's the truth.
A lot has changed between us and with me in the last couple years, and I can't go back until I set some things right. I mean, I think I've mentioned that I had to go back and fix some things from the past, and let's just say that I don't know that a healthy, happy relationship exists for me and Booker now, with the way things have become, but I think it can if I can just set some things right.
I don't mean to overstep anything here, and it's really none of my business, and I don't know what happened between you and Booker, but at least from where I'm standing, it seems like it'd be a lot easier to set things right between you two if you were with him. I'm not trying to upset you. I'm glad for your company. I'd hate to think that you're forcing yourself to be out here when what you really want is to be back with him, if that makes sense.
I thought that for a while too. I even tried it for a while. There's... She kind of stops to think for a second. There's too much distance. We can't see eye to eye on... He doesn't think I should be out here. He doesn't think I should be doing all this. He thinks I should let the past go and just move on, and I can't do that. I wish I could. I can't.
I think that's understandable. And sometimes we have to, grow a little on our own before we can get to where we really want to be. It sounds like you're really lucky to have him, and I know he's really lucky to have you.
Yeah. Yeah, I am. I'm sorry, I know I'm not being very clear.
It's okay, I just had a long conversation with Baby Boy, so this is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I think he could talk himself in circles just deciding what to have for lunch, so...
It is kind of fun, though.
It is in a weird way. It's like trying to undo a puzzle or something. It's like trying to make a puzzle, but you've got two puzzles and all the pieces are mixed together in the same box. So first you got to sort out which pieces go in which box before you can even start trying to put it together.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And then when you get it done, it's just one puzzle is a picture of chicken tenders and one is a picture of stars, and then Baby Boy looks at you like it makes perfect sense and you still don't understand anything.
Maybe it all has to be is chicken tenders and stars.
I sure hope so. Anyway, I just wanted to say, I guess we're on the same page, but I just wanted to say that you should, if there's even a chance that Thalia is out there, you should go and chase that. If there's even a chance.
I really appreciate that. And I don't know what you're out here to learn or do, or you're a lot stronger than I think you give yourself credit for, Jane. And maybe it feels like you can't grow past it now. But just like a train on the tracks. Are they on tracks?
Famously, yeah.
Okay, sorry, it was after my time. just like a train on the tracks, you'll always... Why? This is a terrible analogy, I don't know anything about trains. I think you should cut yourself some slack sometimes, and it doesn't always have to be perfect. Sometimes the messy parts are the good parts, and the hard parts are the worthwhile parts.
Yeah. Thanks, Foster, you're a really good listener, a good friend.
You are too. Thanks for the chicken. That's first food I've been able to taste since I woke up, and it was amazing.
As a crying shame, that chicken was okay, but come with me to Exercise sometimes. Sometime I'll get you some of Alex's fried chicken. If you liked that, it'll change your life.
Well, if it only gets better from that, then my future's looking pretty bright.
Argumentivex, that's the one. Argumentivex, the Silver Duke of House Vinarak. That's the one. Yes, for sure. Certainly that's it. I think. I might be wrong. I'm pretty sure that's right. Anyway, House Vinarak is near the northeastern border of Avarice. He's very good at this work. He's peaceable. I've spoken with him many times, but he is usually quite busy, and I'm certain that is even more true now that there's a war going on. He'll probably require some sort of tribute or trade for his time, but if you can get his attention, he's one of the most powerful necromancers I know that isn't, well, terribly corrigibly evil. I have a couple others. Lush, what's up?
No, as Prospero is telling you, I'll wait for Prospero to end. I have a question for him.
Gotcha, okay.
I don't want to interrupt, though.
There's also Bree. She's very nice, pleasant, little ratfolk woman in Applebend. I think she actually got started as a taxidermist, but then things kind of got out of hand. Anyway, she's very friendly, and she couldn't be any sweeter. I don't know if she's going to be powerful enough at necromancy to do what you're looking to do, but she does at least know the basics, and she's, well, quite a talker. You'll have no trouble getting her attention. And then there was, Johari. She's a Naga woman in, Unma. She apparently was around at the time of the Desolate King, and escaped from him at one point. But, she can be hard to track down. She usually works with the Lokomajai, but, she has a tendency to just disappear without warning, so it's kind of a crapshoot whether you find her or not. She's got a little, magery. She does divination near the river. It's called the Amber Scale. Are you writing all this down?
I'm trying. I got 2 paws.
Yeah, he doesn't have any thumbs.
Good, because I'm going to forget, and I will not remember again.
I give him a dragon.
Oh, thank God you just wrote all of that specifically for me, so I don't even have to write it down.
Sure did.
Bless you.
Bless you indeed, because now I get to put it in my notes.
Wait, what is this guy's name again? Before I just attempt to murder it.
Nope, just try it. Just try it.
The only I know it's wrong because it's from your campaign for Sari. I know that's wrong because I know that's a goat man. Pasta. No, what's his name? Who the fuck is this guy?
Got it one.
Bro, was I right the first time?
You're close. Prospero von Moresco Witterson's Weiss. Get it together.
Got it. Got
Wow, you even got the Weiss in there.
True.
Because I ain't no bitch.
It is worth mentioning. I didn't mention it when you guys came up here. He is missing a rib. It looks like it was kind of cracked right at the side over his left side.
How sweet.
Didn't his wife have? Oh yeah, because he gave it to her. Fucking gay.
Honestly, so homosexual.
To his wife.
Have you ever met the dragon?
Say again?
Have you ever met the dragon?
Have I met him? Oh yes, I've met with him a couple of times. He liked to hear stories, but that didn't count as payment. I brought him a handsome sum of gold for his time. But he apparently knows a lot about the beasts that live on the mountains to the north. He was able to point me in the right direction for a few that I had been tracking down for quite some time. Very intelligent, very smart. Ruthlessly smart, but kind. Just busy. Busy. Business. Strictly business at all times.
You said his name was...
Argumentivex. I think. It's been a while, and I had to write it down because it's a bit of a mouthful. If you don't get the name right, just look for House Vinarak and ask for the Duke.
Give me a second, I'm trying to look something up real quick.
Prospero, you've spent a lot of time in Avarice with the dragons?
I spent some time. I spent at least a few years up there, yes.
Have you ever heard of something called the Link? It's a draconic magic ritual, an old one.
Oh, boy. He's gonna think. He's gonna do a knowledge check.
Alright, this bastard doesn't have his notes.
He has some of its... No, he has most of his notes, actually. He just doesn't have his necromancy notes. Never heard of it. I'm just going to show it. It's funny. Oh, I don't know if it highlights, but it's an that one. Yes, yeah, that's like a healing practice, right? It's where you merge two people's life essence together so that if you hurt one, the other one feels it.
In truth, that's more than I know. It doesn't sound quite like what I'm looking for, but...
Is that the only dragon you know?
Oh, heavens no, I know many dragons. Just don't ask me to remember their names.
Do you remember a rust-colored one?
A brass-colored dragon.
Rust.
Oh, a rust-colored dragon.
Maybe he was rusty. I forget. Was the one I'm thinking of rusty?
I believe so. I think it was
Rust?
predominantly like a dark silvery iron, but he had rust on it, which makes you think he was probably iron scaled. What a great question. Let's find out. Rust. Oh, I can't say that I've met any that are rusted. I've heard of some iron-scaled dragons before, but I've never met with any of them personally. If you were going to look for them, Avarice is a good place to start.
But you didn't know the names?
Oh, no, I'm afraid not. Dragon names are difficult. Lots of letters that aren't just G's and K's. Those are the easy ones.
Crazy fucking opinion, Prospero. Who does not have one G or K in his name?
Yeah. My mother was the orc. My father insisted on naming me.
Unga bunga.
Wow.
I don't say that. I don't want
Do you guys have a problem with the name of my NPC?
Beats fucking 20 numbers I have to deal with. Just kidding. I love them all.
I feel like I have asked this already, but I actually can't remember if Prospero von Moresco Wittershins is a reference or not.
No, not directly. It was kind of like inspired by Whitmore, I think his name is, in Divinity 2.
Gotcha.
That, and then personality-wise, it was inspired by Volo.
Right, of course.
Man, I've never seen someone with a hat so stupid it makes me want to just trip him on this sky island.
Yeah. We should just shove him in a locker and...
Where you belong. Speaking of Sky Islands, after a little bit more waiting, as the sun is starting to dip a little lower on the horizon, there's a bit of pink that's starting to form near the edges of the blue. You do see that a large island begins to approach, or rather, you begin to approach a large island, and everybody kind of crowds around the box and gets ready for the routine of transferring from crane to crane. And you do see that on the other side, rather than a single box on a pair of cranes, there is almost like a rotating carousel with tons and tons of boxes. It's clear that you're approaching a dock that is kind of set up to handle a lot more traffic coming in and out, presumably to a number of different islands and not just this one. However, you begin to go through the motion, climb into the box when the time is right, wait for a moment or two, and then step through. And when you emerge on the other side, you find yourselves in Kite.
I don't think you can say that on Twitch.
How dare you. Specifically down here at the sundial door. The place is bustling.
Oh, pretty map.
There is a very large tree right as you step off that has these beautiful pink blossoms. You can feel cold wind that is kind of brushing past you, but as you step off, you see that there are little statues of leaves made of stone that kind of dot the area. And as you approach those statues, you feel a comfortable warmth and a stilling of the air around you. It almost appears that they're kind of just interspersed climate control leaves that magically protect people from the harsh environment of being so high up. Oh yes, Lush, you had a thing. What's up?
Oh, no, I already have this thing. This is a different thing, but I'm going to wait for the... I just want to do something funny.
Excellent. Prospero looks to you, Tex, and says, I'm going to go get them dropped off with a friend over near the farming district. Where should I meet you, and when should I meet you?
We're headed to the Majutsukan?
Right. Wonderful. I can meet you over there.
Can I try to... Chain's nerding out hard about these trees. Are there, like, seeds or, I don't know, like a leaf of one of them? Just a little keepsake,
absolutely.
mostly.
In fact, they're kind of scattered all across the ground here.
I'll for sure help with that. Sorry, I'm updating spells, but
Yeah, give me survival or nature or agriculture. You've got a whole agriculture thing for just this.
In a perfect world, I'd love to get, like, actual seeds that could be planted. I don't know if they're going to grow anywhere besides here, but...
For sure. We're going to quickly...
Gross. Don't worry, I'm going to actually burn a thing on this.
how do I help with this? I have to do the same check, right?
Any relevant check, any check that would help. So nature or survival would both be appropriate, or if you have plant lore, that would be really good too.
I do have plant lore.
Also, Ruko, we can absolutely unwind if you thought of a thing you wanted to do. I don't want to like miss over a scene. I know Ruko needs scenes.
No, they need to happen at the good times.
Understand.
And I'm too weak to take them, so.
Feel free to poke, and I'll try to get you there.
Okay. Man.
With a 24.
Freaking pretty.
Yeah, that is enough to at least find... So these enormous trees, or at least this one in front of you, has enormous, like, helicopter maple seeds that spiral down, almost as big as, like, an umbrella. Big enough that if they were to, like, smack you in the head, it wouldn't, like, cause serious damage, but it might knock a toddler over, possibly.
Let's go. I could watch toddlers get knocked over by this.
So, it's probably, like, a good 2 or 3 feet long, this big old seed. The seed itself is about the size of, like, a large grapefruit, and that has this big leafy wing that causes it to spiral down as it falls. And you're able to just grab a couple...
That would
Just
knock somebody
cola
out.
with wine.
Maybe if you were to, like, throw it full force,
Have you seen
yeah.
a coconut? Coconuts kill people.
True, but coconuts don't have, like, parachutes attached.
You imagine like a windstorm
That's
and
not
these things
a-
are just flying around like bolos. Just
Right,
fuck you up.
right. Like that's not a parachute. That is a propeller with a blade.
Fair. You know what? You're probably right. There probably are, like, warnings like, do not stand near the edge downwind of this tree. Like,
A 2-foot rapidly spinning natural knife.
Yeah, I'm sure nothing's like it's probably overgrown on that side of every tree because
Oh,
nobody
yeah.
goes there.
for sure. And you can see that there are little market stalls that are set up all over the place, and there are bridges that connect all of these islands, which seem to move mostly in tandem. There's a little bit of swaying back and forth, but they are mostly synchronized. You can also see that there are stairs that are carved into the stone faces of these islands, as well as tunnels. You can see that a good portion of Kite is subterranean. It is within these flying islands. And you can see even from out here that within these islands there are just slivers of veins of still stone, the magical stone that keeps these places suspended in the air and traveling. You can also see from way up here, off to the northwest, the peak of Mount Avalon. You can see this enormous mountain. You can even see that there are 7 little floating cities that are drifting kind of in a circle like a halo around it. And most importantly, you can see visibly the rainbow-colored mana, the magic, that drifts up through the weave to Mount Avalon from every far corner of the planet, and then is jettisoned up into the sky through the atmosphere where it rains back out over the planet. There is this colorful beam of magical light that shoots up into the sky, which is visible just barely on the horizon from up here.
Jane stares at that in awe for a while. Kind of totally forgets what we came here to do for a minute as she looks at that.
It is evening time. A lot of people are getting food. There are all sorts of stalls that are set up to give just all sorts of delicacies. A lot of it is sushi. They have a lot of people that are reeling up these enormous cranes with nets attached to them, thousands of feet down to the ocean, where they pull up fish and clams and lobsters and crawdads. Probably not crawdads, would be other sorts of shellfish. Anyway, there's a strong fishing economy here. And as a result, there is a lot of fish-based food. But you also see over to the southeast on some of the distant islands that there are farms. There are step farms that are set up. You can see that they are using a little bit of magic to aid that process. A lot of windmills. There's a whole city up here just flying in the sky. They've got a whole thing going on up here. Oh, Philo.
Yeah, Jane starts trying to lead the way to the Majutsukan.
Yeah, easy enough.
She's read about many times, but gets super distracted by wherever the first vantage point where you can like view the Mount Avalon is.
Perfect. And then Baby Boy had a thing too, right?
Shops that we've passed.
Let's
I'm
do.
gonna wait for everyone to get a little bit ahead of me, especially Tex, and then I'm gonna find a really.
Your headset.
Sorry, I'm gonna wait for everyone to get ahead of me, specifically Tex, and then I'm gonna find a really sturdy banister, climb on top of it. I'm gonna wrap all my little tentacles around it, and I'm going to like lean forward over the edge, and I'm just gonna be like, "Oh, kindness."
I hate this. I hate this so much.
The Tex stares down, and then he just like climbs back off and then joins the group.
It's the worst. The absolute worst. What just happened?
Baby boy, of all the things you've done today, that one almost made me barf.
You don't like heights?
No, they're fine. Just and let's keep going.
All right, you guys begin to make your way up this first set of stone stairs, a difficult phrase to say, until you get up to sort of a market district where you can see there are lots of proper shops and taverns and inns and places for people to stay. This is of all of the cities in Octima, it is probably the most metropolitan, but even so, you get the sense that it is sort of a cloistered community. There are not a lot of travelers here. You definitely draw a lot of attention, especially Baby Boy, and to a certain degree, Tech. But in spite of how much you stand out, you're treated in a friendly manner. People are eager to sell you food and clothing. They beckon for you to come check out their taverns or stay in one of their inns for the night. It's a place of commerce, of business. It's a peaceful place. Oh yeah, Foster definitely gets some weird look too. And so do all of the skeletons that are with Prospero.
I actually don't get a weird look because I just took a feat.
Ooh, what you got?
Where is it? As soon as the first few people probably give me a weird look. And then I like pull my cloak up and around me and I just got... Why isn't it posting? Oh, there it goes.
Oh, nice.
So it's a human society, or I may have just totally lied to you.
There's a little bit of a mix. It's some humans. There's a lot of Aarakocra and Kinku. There are a handful of Sohagan, a handful of Tortle. But predominantly Aarakocra seems to be the prevailing species here.
Oh, and I get weird looks. Never mind.
Wonderful. With that said, you get less weird looks than if you were a skeleton, and it does seem that Prospero and Baby Boy and the other skeletons traveling with Prospero are the ones drawing most of the attention. Although that attention is not negative, it is fascination and not necessarily fear. You do see that the place is well policed. There are a lot of guards stationed at a lot of different places. And in fact, many of them kind of start to step up to you, and at one point, this tall kind of Aarakocra man with an eagle-like appearance says, "Are you new to town and do you need somebody to accompany you? It is a dangerous place if you take the wrong step."
It's the chick now.
We're just trying to make our way to the Majutsukan. If you could just point us the direction.
Of course, it's right over that way. The easiest route is through that tunnel there. There are not a lot of places to go wrong. And sure enough, as you kind of head that way, you find that it is illuminated by mage lights, and eventually you emerge at the foot of a tall tower labeled Majutsukan. And Jane, you've probably seen illustrations of this if you haven't been here before. I can't remember.
I've not been here, and I've read so much about it. Definitely seen illustrations.
Excellent. Then it is probably a bit of a moment for you when you step inside and you find that the first floor of the Majutsukan is an enormous library that is just filled to the brim with scrolls and tomes and books on various arcane and occult studies. Also some divine magic here as well. Even a little bit of primal magic.
Stone cunning.
Bitch, me too, you fuck.
Man, Ruko peeks in for 1 second and he goes and runs to find Hopper.
Hopper is probably like right behind you. You turn around and it's like, oh shit, sorry, didn't mean to.
I straight up bonk him and I'm like, oh, hey, look at this. I shove him in front of me.
Great, it's a big old library. Come on, can we go inside? Are we allowed in?
I'll knock on the door and see. Is anyone there like waiting to invite us in?
Yeah.
Actually, know all the rules for membership and how you get in and what it costs.
Hell yeah. And you would know that anyone is welcome here. Some of the upper floors are restricted to people who are like proven arcanists, but even then, it's a public service. It's a building that anyone can use. as long as it's being used responsibly. If
Are,
go ahead.
are occultists considered to be arcanists? Or
Yeah,
no?
absolutely. You're considered mages, at least. You're enough of a mage that you can access the Majutsu-kan. Occultism is the closest of the four traditions to the arcane. The only real difference is that instead of tapping the weave directly, you generally pull it out of sympathy directly. But yeah, inside, you are greeted by a friendly woman, Aarakocra, who kind of goes through the rules to stay quiet, to return the books when you're done with them. If you need to check them out, you may bring them to me and I will take your name. I will need to know your place of residence, and if you are traveling, I'll need some sort of leverage. But please enjoy yourselves. No casting in here, or at least not on the first floor. If you need to cast spells, there are rooms higher up that you can request to use. If you are traveling, the portals are on the very top floor, and I can get you an escort.
Thank you. We actually are here for. I'm sure we'll stay and do some reading as well, but we're here for. An orrery was brought here for repairs. We're just here to pick it up.
Oh, yes, you're with the Witchers.
Kind of. She will pull out her. I don't know if this is the right person. This is like a receptionist, but she'll pull out their contract and say, we made arrangements with them to purchase it from them in exchange for an arrangement we made with them.
I see. Well, I believe you're in luck. The rest of that party just went up about 10 or 15 minutes ago to the top floor, where I believe they're talking about it or doing some repairs on it. I didn't poke my nose too much. I'm not sure what was going on, but yes, right this way, please, to the lift. And she kind of motions you over to a door on the side of this lower floor. And as she opens it, you see that there is essentially a large bird cage fully exposed to the open air that acts as an elevator up the side of the building.
Wonderful.
You climb in, and she taps a crystal. And once you're all in, does anybody stay behind, or does everybody get in the lift?
Does this seem like a trap?
Give me an insight check. Give me perception.
May I roll second, if that's okay?
Absolutely.
My dad got aided by a 747.
Right.
One bite.
It seems safe. It seems like an elevator. It's a little spooky. You're in an open air bird cage way, way up in the sky, and it's only going to get a little higher as you go up. But it doesn't seem like she's like leading you into a trap and she's going to cut the rope or anything like that.
Yeah, I just had to ask because
Of course. Of course, completely reasonable. There is a little bit of a jolt and the sound of rope and wood creaking as you are lifted up and up and up until eventually you reach the top floor.
While we're in the elevator, I'm going to put on my foppish clothes.
Love that.
Hurry up. We're going to reach the top. Dress faster.
I'm hurrying. It's hard to get
fully changing your costume in an elevator.
Fully just
I'm not
changing
even
his
changing.
entire clothes.
I'm not even changing. I'm just putting them over top of my outfit.
Yeah.
Right.
He's like, I'm not hot enough
Yeah.
in this fucking
Yeah,
suit.
I need a fursuit. I need clothes.
Every so often you do see his tentacles reach out, you just see like heat radiate off of them. So I guess I technically shouldn't cast magic, so never mind. I'll just suffer in silence.
Eventually there is a slow creaking as it comes to a stop. You see a crystal kind of chimes and the doors open back up, and you find yourselves on the top floor.
Real quick, just on the way up, I'll also ask her, the window, the landfall window here in Kite.
Yes. I assume you say it just like that.
Where's that located? Is that here?
Yes, all of the teleportation windows are on the top floor. The landfall window has been deactivated for quite some time, but it is one of the ones available.
We're here to potentially try to fix that as well. I don't know if we'll be able to, but had some luck with the one in Sertune. So.
Oh, that's wonderful news. I'll have you speak with our teleportation expert. I'm sure that they can point you in the right direction.
Ooh, it's so pretty.
Ooh, this person.
A person.
You're right.
So exciting.
There is person.
Oh my
Not
god!
the elephant lady who we've seen before, but just the random
These
person.
3 people all named person.
They are just named person. I did not get any. I forget the adjective. Skyfe? I think Skyfe was the adjective. Anyway, I did not get any of the citizens tokens made because I'm a bad DM. So you get generic people tokens. But you do see that in addition to Ingwa Mason, this enormous Loxodon woman in a nice red dress, there are a handful of mages in native clothing. They appear to be local. They appear to be mages. They're each doing some work. There's one that's kind of studying some sort of a weird glowing solution in a vial up in the north corner. And then there is one who is looking at a device, the orrery, with Ingwa at this table here. And they seem to be just kind of talking over, well, it was acting strange. They tried to activate it maybe 2 weeks ago. And monsters came through, undead creatures. We think it may have been... And she kind of goes quiet when she sees that a large group steps in here. The person at the table steps around. Please, come in. How can we be of service?
We're looking for someone?
Well, I am happy to help if I can. Who are you looking for?
I don't know names.
We actually are, I think, here to talk to you. She looks at, I don't know this person,
Mason?
the one who was talking about it all.
She kind of like gives a weird look. Me?
She looks at the orrery and says, you brought that here?
Yes. Who are you?
She'll kind of fold the contract open. So, I'm Jane Crichton. This is... Oh, wait, that's not the name I gave them. What did I say it was? My name is
Janet,
fucking...
fake name.
No, it wasn't Stacy fake name. I used that a different time. I used my mother's name. What was it? Anyway, she gives a fake name. Her mother's name. It says, we made a arrangement with the Witchers to exchange for the orrery. The details are all here if you want to look it over.
She takes it kind of skeptically.
Ida Hart. My name is Ida Hart.
Ida Hart, that's right. She takes it and she starts to read through it, kind of skeptically. She looks down at the bottom. Give me a moment. If this is real, then... She kind of like looks at all of you. Let me make sure that this is real. I'm sure you understand.
Of course. We tried to catch up with you before you made the travel all the way here, but didn't get moving fast enough.
She puts a finger to her temple. She closes her eyes, and you begin to see little bits of magic gather at the corners of her eyes.
What's she doing?
Give me an
He's
arcana.
breaking
I have
the
a thing
rules.
for this.
He's breaking the rules.
What doing? Here, give me an arcana check.
I think you roll it for this thing that I have.
GM rolls a secret arcana nature or the tradition of the spell being cast. Oh, I get it. You can roll it, just make it secret.
Okay. Secret. Blind GM roll? Was that right?
Yep. Let's see. DC.
And I'm an expert. Where do the special common spell? You automatically identify it. You can get a worse roll of success. So decrease to 4 if you're an expert. Okay. And okay, perfect, wonderful. You learn that she's just casting the sending spell. Okay, cool. Just curious.
And she goes quiet for a moment, and you can see her like subtly mouth some words, but nothing comes out. And then she waits for a moment, and she nods a little bit. Says, "Well, very well. I guess you've saved me a bit of trouble. You were briefed on how dangerous it is. We had an incident. Things came out of it when it was activated."
Yeah, they mentioned that. You were hoping to get it repaired here. Did you have... Was this... She looks over at the guy. Was this gentleman who you were bringing it to fix?
Yes, Bao, it is good to meet you. I was hoping that maybe I could get a little more time to study it. It is not an easy piece of equipment to tamper with. So whoever worked on this must have, if it is in fact a sabotage, as Ingwa suspects, it must have been a very thorough and extensive process. I admit I was a little intrigued by the mystery, but if it is rightfully yours, then it is yours. I will simply have to put this mystery to bed.
We're not in a terrible hurry. You're saying that it's functional, but you just wanted to study it to see if you could find out what happened to it?
Yes, mostly we were wanting to study it to make sure that it doesn't happen again. At a cursory glance, it appears to be in perfect working condition. I see nothing wrong with it. But based on the account, it sounds like when somebody tried to use it for its normal purpose, to travel to Unma, it almost flipped polarity. It opened a receiving gate. And through that receiving gate, and Bao looks back over to Ingwa, monsters came out. Skeletons, zombies, undead things. We're not entirely sure why, but it's concerning to think that there may be some sort of a traitor in our midst, or worse, that someone has learned how to, override our programming from a distance.
Yeah, I think that it's in all of our best interest to have that mystery solved as well, if you don't mind. I know as the contract says, the Witchers were going to pay for that, so.
Right. I suppose let's get to it then. We were just studying this matrix over here. This, we believe, would be the first point of attack. It normally has sort of a grid that is used to telemetrize the receiving point, and somebody could flip it by just reversing these two bits here. And they sit down and begin doing a bunch of mumbo-jumbo with you, if you would like to study this.
Yeah, for sure.
Give me an Arcana check. That is pretty good.
So if it's not good enough, I could spin stuff on it, but I think that's pretty good.
It is good enough for a success. It is not enough for a critical success if you would like to improve it.
I don't think I'm gonna. Oh, do it. This is no, because I'm gonna need another check to try to do the mirror. So never mind. We'll roll with that.
Okay, understood. Let me pull up my notes and make sure that I got everything right for a regular success.
Am I getting a help action from this guy by chance?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Arcana. DC 15.
Or would that be better for me to give him a health action? Like if his modifier is better? I don't know how that works.
We got one success. In fact, that's a crit success there. And let's get one from Bao. This is an applicable lore skill, so there's another +5 on top of this. Specifically, good at portals. Damn shame, person. Still, though, that is a 2 critical successes, which bumps you from 27 up to 31, I believe. I don't know if they're meant to stack like that. I don't think they do. So you're at 29. I'll tell you above the board if you have a way to give yourself a +1 here, that will bump it to a crit.
I don't think that I do. Let me explore my options. Yeah, all I've got are like ways to re-roll with a +1. Or I could give myself a +2 and out myself as a robot right now. I'm not going to do that at this moment.
Understood. Okay. Then, on a regular success. It takes a long time. It takes a good, 2 hours of study, but you eventually sniff out a place where things have definitely been tampered with. There is obvious evidence that somebody has done something here to recently mess with this thing. And it's a little bizarre, because once you get past all the secrecy, the work is kind of amateur. But the impression that you get is somebody had help cracking the code, and then once they were inside, they did their sloppy work to make the changes they want. So the impression you get is that somebody amateur did the change, but they had the help of somebody who's very talented.
Gotcha.
And
Something that can be undone.
It can be undone, and with your check, you can essentially just do it for free over the course of about an hour. When you attempt to do it, there will be one more Arcana check, and that has a chance of, like, how do I put it? There will be, like, a minute or so window where the people on the other end of this will be alerted that it is about to close, and that might cause them to do something. With a good enough check, you can bypass that window and do this completely covertly. But there's a chance that, like, if somebody is watching the other end of this thing, they'll realize that something is up.
Okay. As we're looking over it, I'll say that to the group. Just, I think I can fix it, but there's a chance if it doesn't go well that whoever's on the other end will know and would have enough time to potentially do the same thing again, send things through. We should probably be ready just in case.
We could just get the box, right? If we put it inside a box and close it up, the inability for them to manifest on this side, keep them from doing it. Not enough proof? No?
I don't know if that'll interfere with my ability to work on it or not.
I mean, like, you could just do it and then just... Oh, okay. I thought you meant when you're done working on it, not the entire time.
No, it would be like as I'm working on it. As if I don't work fast enough, essentially, it could leave it open for too long, where they could potentially use it. I don't think it'll happen. It's just a possibility. Just want to make sure we cover all our bases. It's a baseball reference. I don't know if there's baseball in this world.
I don't know when baseball was invented, but I'm sure there's something kind of like it somewhere.
If there is, it's for sure shit and Wex's ass.
Yeah, for sure it would be.
No, it would have been made in whatever the Canada equivalent is.
Canada didn't invent baseball. Fuck right off.
Canada made syrup and nothing else.
Canada made almost every good popular.
Google who invented baseball.
It's gonna say like somebody in Babylon 6,000 years ago.
I hope so. That's the most interesting answer. Mills Commission, Abner Doubleday. Well, I gotta say it. Abner Doubleday does sound like a Canadian name. Oh no, Cooperstown, New York.
No,
Here we go. We got that.
that's
It was made
Canada.
in New York, but
By a Canadian.
Abner Doubleday.
If it's north of Colorado, you're
it might not have
Canadian.
been baseball. It might have been. It was some other sport.
North of Colorado. That's like 2/3 of the country.
2/3. It's all gone. Just Canada now.
Oh, the claim that Abner Doubleday invented baseball has been thoroughly debunked by baseball historians. It may yet be in Canada's court. I'll look this up later. It's not important right now.
They don't use
not
courts.
American.
They don't use courts. They use fields.
I'm
True.
trying so hard to keep my mouth shut. Carry on.
On your success, there are other things that you learn. The most important of which to you is the exact location to which the back door was made. This back door leads to another location near Unyo, a little bit to the northwest, near the mountain ridge. Let me pull up the map.
Is it next to a giant tree?
You
Is it
don't
next to a giant
see
tree?
it. You don't see the location. You just know.
Is it next to a spoopy green pyramid?
Is it?
Maybe.
Right, real briefly, I want you to know I died in a video game in order to get here as fast as possible. I thought it was American. It's not Canadian.
This is the most biscuit thing that's ever happened.
Correct. Let's see. What are we going to draw this? We're going to draw this like a slightly darker magenta to show that it's a weird teleportation spot.
Different magenta.
Different magenta. Right there, up against the...
Okay.
And above the board, I'll tell you that you were essentially 1 point off from being able to actually see through that hole.
I know. I am. But I don't want to reveal myself as a robot right now.
Now, if you just feel like telling everybody that you're a robot.
Do I have a hero point?
Everybody should have one from the start, and then everybody got a second one, and then Foster got a third one.
We got a
Oh, I
second
know we
one.
got a second one.
Yeah, we're more than halfway through the
Yeah,
session.
Okay.
I didn't
Hell
say it
yeah.
because I'm bad at saying it, but everybody gets a second one about halfway through the session.
Thank
Okay,
you,
great.
Zach.
You're
I
welcome.
will spend one of my hero points to reroll. And hero points are real inspiration now, right? They're
Yeah,
not
we
bullshit
are
Pathfinder.
correct. We're modifying them so they are proper. Take whichever is better.
Can I
So-
use mine so he can't reroll?
Sure. So neither of you do anything, you fail.
I need a 14 or higher on this d20.
Good luck.
Balls. So I keep
Balls.
the old roll.
Yep. Okay, still a success. You're able to get the location, but not see through it.
Hate that.
God, Jane.
Hate it quite a lot.
Shaking my damn head.
SMDH, as we say.
Well,
Robit.
if you are satisfied, I think that the contract has been fulfilled. I'm going to go find all of my comrades and get us back home.
Wait, don't we need to still fix it?
Oh, yes, but unless you need me here for that, I kind of would prefer to not be a part of that.
I'm sorry, I missed the voice.
Was it
I
in
thought
the
this was the
contract?
guy talking.
Oh, sorry, no, this is Ingwa.
I thought he was like, I'm going home from work now, see you.
Yeah, for the record, the
Okay.
guy kind of says, like, I will supervise so that there's no destruction to this place, but if there is danger, I'll do my best to help. I'm a portal operator. I know some magic. Oh,
Whoa, somebody
Somebody-
so many tokens.
somebody
What just
moved-
happened?
try a Control Z. Hey, we're
Oh,
good.
apparently it was me. How did it happen?
Try it one more time.
Hope I didn't do it this time. Yep, somebody else has done it this time.
Oh,
Jane,
no.
Me! I don't know how!
Is
You're
everyone...
messing with the timeline.
Oh no, it's not me. Never
Who
mind,
has
I
it
lied.
all?
An actual nightmare. It's okay. Nobody do anything. I'm going to move these roughly where they were. It's not going to be perfect.
Everyone Control Z as fast as you can.
If it makes you feel any better, I know that this one was right here.
Oh, these are way off. Oh, no. There we go. Okay, cool.
These are pretty
Yeah.
close.
These are pretty close. Okay, I'm going to pull us off this map so this doesn't happen again.
Quick, do it again, hurry!
No!
All right, yeah. Thank you for, well... I don't think I even say thank you. I just said, all right, farewell.
Why don't you stick around?
I can if you'd like. I am
Yeah.
kind of curious to see if you fixed it.
And
We like-
as far as defending ourselves, we're all capable. We wouldn't expect any assistance from you on that front. We can take it outside if you want us to.
Well, I'm afraid that this is probably honestly the safest place to do it. The lower floors are much busier and the streets are even busier. We'll try to keep it contained here at the very least. Let me call up a couple of other mages to make sure.
Before we get too...
I think we can handle it.
Before you said it took her like 2 hours to do this, right?
Yeah, it's been like 2 or 3 hours here, so if
So
you guys
while
wanted to
she
do
was doing
stuff,
that,
that's
yeah.
fine.
I did.
You're really capable, aren't you, Ingwa?
Yes.
You wouldn't say Ingwa. It's a it's mage lady.
Is this one of the ladies from his vision in the cave?
Sure is.
Sure is. Yes, of course. I'm not perfect, but I'm pretty good. You know what? I'll stick around and help. I'd be happy to. Did you have everything you were doing, baby boy?
Yeah. Well, so while they're doing this, I'm going to reallocate one of Mayor's skills to academia, so that, and then I want to go try finding, like, I don't know, books of eldritch knowledge.
Wonderful. Love that.
I just get a good laugh, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me an academia check.
I'll go with him just so we can kill two birds at once, but I'm looking for spell scrolls if anything like that is available.
Oh, absolutely. They have a whole library of spell scrolls, and they let you, like, rent them for the purpose of copying them for a fee.
I am
Well,
wet.
the thing is that I'm a witch, so I have to feed it to Wildfolk.
They're willing to sell them, too.
Okay.
And for the record, we'll probably handle, like, the buying and selling of scrolls between sessions, but if you give me a list of what you're looking for, I'll have you do some rolls and see what you find.
Perfect tip, kind of figured, but
Yep. The same will probably be true of research, but baby boy, go ahead and give me your check now, your academia check, because there might be a little story stuff
Yeah.
that happens with it.
Yeah. I can't give. I don't know how it won't let me like give Mayor like academia. So I'm just gonna roll occultism for him.
Yeah, that's fine. It's the same thing.
Sorry, Rye decided that she needed to walk right in front of my computer and I can't see. Okay.
Pretty good, especially with the +5. That goes to 25 and 20.
Hold on. I might re-roll that. Hold on.
Yep.
Sorry, I had a cat, but like right on the right side of my screen. I'm gonna spend a hero point. Really?
Perfect. Dice never lie. Okay. you're looking for eldritch knowledge, right? Just a book of incomprehensible eldritch knowledge.
Maybe like a book of mad ravings or something. That
Okay.
Journal from a madman, or just like a
some
book of
light
just
reading.
knowledge. Yeah.
Sure.
Sir, can you point me to your mad ravings?
Yeah. And for the record, if you were going to find it anywhere, it would probably be in a very esteemed magic academy like this.
Yeah, and I look pretty eldritch. I'm probably like, yeah, this guy's probably fine. He's probably not going to go crazy from reading something.
That part is not true. So what happens is you go down to the library and you begin looking, and you find nothing just on the shelves. But then you go up to the librarian and ask, like, I'm looking for your finest book on mad ravings, please. And she says, well, we do have some books in the unauthorized section that are known to be dangerous or magical. We can accompany you down there if you would like to peruse. In order to check any out or interact with them, we'll need to get some sort of a written statement of why and to what end, and we will need collateral. Some of these books are very dangerous.
Oh, a lot of my friends doing something. Don't just have 2 hours to burn, you know?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Oh, my friend, she's upstairs, and I just have 2 hours to burn.
So you are just bored. I see.
Oh, and curious, you know, it's fun.
Right, bored and curious. You know, those are two very good traits to have in a library.
Oh, I live in a library.
If you you live in a library,
Oh, I.
what's it like?
Oh, it's great. There's all these books to read.
Yes, many libraries. I like that. Give me a diplomacy check.
Okay. You know what? Fuck it. I'll use my last hero point.
All right, let's see it.
$20.
I
It's really like around that 15 for me, though.
Well, I'll tell you what. It sounds like your friend is doing important work and may even be reinstalling an important window that has been deactivated for some time. If that is successful, it will be quite a boon to the Majutsu-kan. We would probably be able to supervise you as you go down and peruse our private collection. I would need to get some confirmations from my higher-ups. It's not something that I could grant on my own simply on a whim. But I'll try to get in touch with them while your friend completes the work, and I'll check in with you in a couple of hours when it's done.
Oh,
Is there anything in particular you're looking for that I can try to explain to my higher-ups why you are doing this?
Honestly, I just was hoping to find something interesting and rare. Nothing in particular, I guess.
That's good enough. I'll tell you what, I'll try to get in touch with them. Meet me back here in a couple of hours when the work is finished, and I'll see how it goes.
Oh, maybe space travel.
Space travel, understood. That's a noble pursuit, actually. I had a friend once who went into that, and then I didn't see them ever again.
Oh, maybe it means they worked out, but I didn't.
Perhaps. It's hard to say. Space is a mystery.
Oh, it's big.
It seems to be.
It is.
Wonderful. Anybody else have anything that they're doing during these, 2 hours of work that Jane is busy?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Urko, go first.
No.
Yes.
Hex.
Go, you little bitch.
Oh, you little freaking. I can't say this word on Twitch, but you're a cat. But it's not important. Have fun. Go.
If you don't go, I'm gonna make it everybody's problem.
My God. Okay.
What's Ruko doing?
I don't know. Okay, so Ruko is. This place is fucking fascinating. It's so pretty. We're so far up here. If I walk fast enough, I get out of breath and then I lightheaded and everything's even cooler. It's woof. So I'm gonna go and just explore. I'm like blind wandering into little corners and alleys and see if there's any like little tavern shops or I don't know what they got here. Sake? I don't know. Whoever's coming with me, we're having a good time. I don't care. I'll find someone to have a good time.
Perfect.
I'm just wandering and getting a vibe for the place. Like this is
Yeah, I
my-
for sure join Ruko after I hear Baby Boy ask about the best raving sections in the library.
Wonderful. Okay, so Jane's
Probably
upstairs
wise.
working. Baby Boy spends a little bit of time talking to the librarian, but probably will eventually meet up with you. But you'll at least have the first, 10 minutes or so. What is Tex doing while Foster and Ruko are wandering? And we'll kind of execute these all at once.
Cool. I'm gonna try and get information out of Ingwa about what happened to the totems.
Understood. Okay, let's start with Ruko's then, because it's less likely to cause a huge problem.
Right.
Okay, Ruko and Foster, as you guys wander a bit, you do find that the elevator leads all the way back down to the first floor. But then... double checking, making sure that my computer's not exploding. I think we're still good. But then you find that there's also stairs that go through all of these intermediate floors. The first floor is a big library. There is a stairwell guarded by a couple of guards that seems to go down to a lower chamber, a subterranean chamber. But then higher up, there's a bunch of floors that are just each kind of dedicated to a different study of magic. And in true arcane fashion, they are divided by the various schools. This topmost floor, you assume, is probably the conjuration floor, which is where all of the teleportation happens. But there is a healing floor, there is an evocation floor, there is in fact a necromancy floor, which kind of doubles as the healing floor. But each one kind of has a small group of nerds that are doing their own thing, and it becomes clear that this is just as much a research resource as it is a practical study place. There's actually one floor where there's a professor that is giving a lecture to 5 or 6 different people. It's very informal. It's not like they have split up into classrooms and teachers, but people come here to learn and to teach. They do experiments here. There's a moment down on the evocation floor where you can see that there is a big ball of lightning that is kind of like going haywire in the middle, and 5 or 6 students are all frantically trying to control it, while this very, grumpy looking Aarakocra mentor has got his arms crossed, and he, every time the lightning lashes out and zaps one of the kids, he follows it up by smacking them on the back of the head with his ruler.
Wow.
Yeah. And then eventually it gets out of control and he waves his hand and dismisses the storm. It's like, alright, back in positions, we're doing this again until you get it right, or you're going to die the first time you try this outside of these halls. 3, 2, 1, and then they all go again and the storm kind of picks back up again. There is a floor, double checking, the transmutation floor is, doubles as a workshop and a bakery. There is an entire corner of that floor where there's essentially just barrels full of raw ingredients. There's barley grain and flour. There's a big jar of honey. And there's 3 or 4 students in there that are just waving their hands and causing all of these ingredients to storm together in the middle until poof, they pop out as banana bread. They're essentially doing instant cooking down there. And you watch as one of them makes some sort of a meat pie and then takes a bite. It's like, oh, this is pretty good. And they just vomit all over the floor. And then one of the professors comes by and is like, no, you forgot to get all the blood out in one place first. Come on, one more time. But there is a rack up in front of that with a bunch of sweets that have been laid out. And there's a sign that says, these ones are good to eat, probably.
Hey, Foster.
Yeah?
This is cool, but it's also terrifying. Do you want to? I don't know. You just want to wander outside, find a little noodle shop or something? Just kind of venture? Be like the normal people of the city. Pretend.
That sounds like a great idea. I am going to steal one of those croissants, though, because Jane promised me all the food was only going to get better after the chicken.
Whoa, you can taste things now.
I can taste things and smell things, and I don't know, I feel a little more alive, I guess.
Ruko just looks elated, oh my gosh. Let's go find a shop. A small place, a hole in the wall. Something I don't know, authentic.
I love it. Each of you give me a perception check, and also give me a flat d20.
Okie dokie.
Do I need to try to not throw up? I definitely take one of the sweets off.
That's
Or-
that's what the flat d20 is for. Don't you
Love
worry.
that. Sorry, you said perception and a flat d20?
Yep. True. Hey.
I have a question. So if he were to
What
eat
is
something
happening tonight?
and then it fell to the ground and then he threw up, would it like fly up off the ground and back at his mouth?
Oh boy, I don't know how that would
We're
work.
about to find out.
Can
Maybe
I
the
try
book is
some?
broken.
I assume I try some and then it's awful.
You guys each try a pastry, and no, for the record, you needed to roll really low for one of these to actually be dangerous. They're quite good. In fact, Ruko's is kind of just standard. It's like some sort of I don't know, what kind of pastry do you want? You want like a muffin? What does Ruko go for when he has a shelf full of every pastry imaginable?
And if there's like a cheese Danish, I'll go for it.
For
But
sure,
If it's
for
just
sure.
a regular croissant, like a fancy bread, definitely good too.
No, they got cheese Danishes. For sure they do. You get it, and it is suitable. It is standard. It is not anything worth writing home about, but it's very edible, and it was apparently made instantly. And it even seems to still be warm to the touch when you pick it up, even though it has presumably been sitting in this basket on the shelf for quite some time. Foster, what does Foster go for in a infinite bakery?
Foster goes for a croissant. I said croissant. I'll stick with that. That
Hell
feels
yeah.
right.
You find a croissant, and it is, frankly, to die for. It is delicious. There's like a little bit of a crispy honey glaze over the top of it, a little bit of nuts that have kind of gone sprinkled in, but nothing so strong or weird that it detracts from the simple, good wholesomeness of just a damn good buttery croissant.
Oh my god, this is amazing.
Mine's a bit dry.
But
not
I'll
too
finish
bad.
it if you don't want it.
Sure. It's not like you're really making saliva anyway, but yeah, here you go.
I'm just
I need
now
water.
realizing I can't gain any weight, so
You bastard.
Truly, undeath is an improvement.
Okay, I presume Gruko would like. Okay, let's go. He's gonna kind of look around outside, see what's going on.
Absolutely.
Keep an eye.
You begin to take a look around outside for some of the just simple shops. And almost immediately you see that there's a little like tea shop on the corner. And you can see around the side of the building there's a balcony that looks out to the northeast side. Honestly, just a beautiful vista. And you can see that there are some like wrought iron chairs and tables out back where people are just sipping tea and having pastries and looking out over the ocean towards the mountain off in the distance. There's a wonderful kind of like aromatic herbal tea smell that wafts out. There's a little bit of a sweetness. They probably have more pastries and sweets in there if you wanted to. You can just kind of get the earthiness of like a milk tea that seems to be coming from there. Just a really nice little tea shop.
That looks pretty nice.
it looks amazing.
What do you think, Foster? Yeah. All right. He like straightens up his weird foreign clothes and does his best to just be approachable.
Perfect.
And nice. We're gonna go and swagger up. Let's go.
Wonderful. As you step inside, you see that I think it's called a barista, even if it's a tea shop instead of a coffee shop. But either way, she kind of like seems to be looking off dreamily, like she's in a daydream or something, and then she realizes that you walked up and kind of, oh, sorry, what can I get for you?
Me frantically looking around to see what's normal. We're visitors. What's most popular?
Oh,
Something good?
yes, if you don't mind, I have a few recommendations. Our special, it's also one of the cheaper options. I think you'll really like it. Do you like fruit?
Sure.
Cherries?
Go for it. Yeah.
Barista? Barista. I did a big deep dive on whether tea shop owners are called something different, and I got a lot of conflicting information. So I'm just going to go with barista, like a coffee shop person, and we'll see what happens.
A barista.
Alright, she goes back
Barista.
and begins to prepare some stuff. While that's going on, Tex, you're back up top with Jane and Ingwa and Bao and one other attendant who's kind of doing his own thing up in the north corner. What do you do?
Boy. I am so torn. Okay, I go over to her and I'll mention that while we came across somebody some time ago, a couple weeks, that I think may have been responsible for your little hiccup.
She gives a little bit of a look, and then lowers her voice a bit and says, "Was it a human woman by any chance?"
May have been. Although, well, human was a little not entirely accurate.
I take it she got what was coming then.
Depending on where you're standing, then yes, she's properly in the ground now.
It may be a little mean, but I'm actually kind of glad to hear it. I had a bad feeling about her ever since the day that she showed up. She thought she owned the place. Too good for the rest of us.
She's a real bitch. I think she took something from you, though. It's a piece of wood on her.
The totems.
Yeah,
She had them.
she had part of one.
Just one. Just part of one.
Do you know where the rest of it would be?
Well, my best guess is that they were with her, but the only thing I can think of is that she gave them to whoever she was working with that did all this, but I mean, your guess is as good as mine. All I know is she stole a bunch of stuff, and then, if our guess is correct, booby-trapped this portal. She was a problem from the get-go, it sounds like.
And who was she working with?
That's what I would like to know. The portal caused a bunch of undead stuff to pop out, so I'm guessing some sort of necromancer. But it beats me. I have heard rumors.
Was it a big skeleton thing?
Well, it started as a small skeleton thing, but then it got very big. We were able to knock it out long enough to put it in the cage, but it kept coming back. We couldn't keep it down. The best we could do was trap it and hope to deal with it later. Even Cernjum. Did you meet Cernjum?
We've met.
Even he wasn't able to get rid of it for good. Very concerning, actually. We killed a lot of monsters and a lot of undead, but we've never met one that was so resilient.
Yeah, he's pretty resilient. Do you happen to know if there were any more of them?
More of the monster?
The totems.
The totems. No, the totems, we got 3 of them. Boy, it's been a long time. A couple of years ago, maybe? We did a job trapping really a truly terrible monster. We worked with the Cyrilo government on that one, and they let us keep some of the spoils, as is customary for adventures.
Whatever happened to them? How'd they end up with the zombie lady?
Well, we take most of our spoils and we put them in the vault. They get divvied out to adventurers on an as-needed basis. In truth, we didn't really know what they could be used for, other than... I guess they made people luckier, was one of the things I heard. I don't really understand it too well. It's pretty deep occultism, which is kind of outside of my wheelhouse. But, anybody, in theory, could have gone in to borrow them for a mission, and when they went missing, it was about the same time that Amelia also went missing, so, connected the dots.
So they're all missing. You don't have any more?
Yeah, unless you know. It sounds like you found at least part of one of them.
Just the part of one. Got curious. Some of our arcanists were studying it, but couldn't make sense of it. Probably since it was broken.
Probably. How did you learn about all of this?
Well, the zombie happened to attack us. She didn't really attack us at first, but started talking to us, and then got very upset.
Strange. Well, they're valuable if you find them. I suppose it's finders keepers, but if you did return them, we might be willing to pay for their safe return.
Well, I'll make sure they return to their rightful owner.
Good. I'm gonna get back to this. She kind of motions back down to the orb. About this point, it's like 30 minutes into their work.
If I stand next to the elevator, can I tell how it works?
Yeah, it seems to be pretty simple. There is essentially a cage on a rope pulley system that is operated magically. There is a little device that essentially acts as a call button, one on the inside and one on the outside, so that if you're inside, you can do it, but if you're outside, you can call it up. Yeah, it almost works like an elevator like we think of. It's just a magically powered birdcage elevator on a rope lift.
Cool. Can I use my shadow to cut the rope if somebody was in it?
You could, like, the rope could theoretically be cut. I'm not familiar with your shadow.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you have a way to cut, you could absolutely cut rope. And I believe there are 9 floors here, so that would be like a good... And the roofs, or the ceilings are pretty tall, so that's like a good 130, 140 foot drop.
You know, you're allowing him to kill people.
Oh, this is D&D. He can try to do anything you want.
It's fine. Vic will tell me to fuck off.
Try it. Find out. See what happens.
I know what's going to happen. You're going to tell me she has 300 hit points and tell me to fuck off. But no, that's good to know.
All right.
Is this a solid door, or is this like a...
No, it's like an archway, and in fact, it's completely open. It goes out to the cage. There is, for the record, this opens up to a balcony that wraps around. You can walk around. It's kind of narrow. It's like 5 feet across.
Okay.
But then the cage elevator is just on the other side of that balcony, so it'd be like hither.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Jumping back over to the tea shop crew, Foster and Ruka. Eventually, the woman, this Kashrishi barista, returns with a couple of milk tea drinks and also some little pastries. Scrolling notes.
Make emoji.
Yeah, she can have... There's a little mochi on there, too. That sounds fun.
Soup. Noodles. I'm doing this... Yeah, I'm doing this in a way that's more diplomatic.
Yeah. She eventually returns with a little soup, a little milk tea, a little mochi, and also she brings out a little platter of cherry daifuku. She says, there should be some tables out back.
I assume, Foster, you want to sit outside?
Sorry, I got distracted in real life. Say that again.
You want to sit outside? It's beautiful.
Oh, of course.
She brought these cherry things.
Here, I'll tell you what. Why don't I carry it out with you?
Sure.
She kind of takes the platter and follows you out. Pick a spot anywhere you like. As you make your way towards the back and step out into the open, a couple of things become very clear. The first is that she was looking for some sort of an excuse to come out here because she is very obviously smitten with a customer that has just come this way. And when you look in that direction, you see who the customer is. You see a charming fox, Argus, sitting across from a crotchety old Aarakocra woman, Madam Monarch, who has her back to all of you currently, and is in the middle of the conversation that you saw in Sketch's vision the other night, when you were smoking the carrot weed.
Just trying to have a good time. Okay.
Give me just a second while I go back and watch the carrot weed episode.
Essentially, you see that Argus is nibbling on a daifuku himself. Hey, cats, don't fight each other. What are you doing? And you hear that he says to her, you know, those dogs haven't found it yet either. I don't give a shit about the stone. Where are the runaways? So far, they don't seem to have noticed either of you.
What do we do?
Uh,
I'll play dead.
just collapses into a pile of bones on the ground.
Xylophone noises.
What do you have to hide for? They don't know you.
Accurate.
Oh God! All right. Oh jeez.
It's also occurring to me that this was his prophecy, his omen, so neither of you saw this exact scene, but obviously, Ruko, you know who this is.
Yeah.
I don't think I know who either of these people
You would
are.
have seen him in his when he blew up the smoke into the of the catweed. You saw Argus talking to him.
Right.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I do know Argus. I don't think I know Madame Monarch.
Right.
Okay. Well, as lovely as this is, I think we should leave the money on the table, leave a tip, and get the heck out of here.
If you think that's for the best.
Well, we need to. Oh, jeez. Do I hear anything else they're saying? I've got my back to them, and yeah, we're trying to be discreet.
Okay. Give me if you want to linger around and hear a little more of their conversation, give me a stealth check. The DC here is going to start easier, and it's going to get higher the longer you linger.
Man, I'm gonna linger once because I'm trying to act casual.
Alright, let's see a stealth check.
Hey!
There it is.
That's because I'm flirting with the attendant, the lady, and she's standing in front of me.
Wonderful. As you continue to listen in with your back turned, doing your best to just kind of stay out of notice, the conversation continues, and you overhear. Argus says, "Oh, Mother, what do you care about the runaways anyway? You idiot. The squirrels are gone. We are running out of twins. We have the dancer still, but he's nearing the end of his contract. We need new ones. He was supposed to be the new one." At this point, one of the chairs kind of adjusts, and there's a little bit of a cough. The waitress starts to set down platters. And to make your job harder, she is like very conspicuously looking over her shoulder and like trying to almost get the attention of Argus. She's being very flirty, which is working against you here. She is trying to get Argus to look this way. So far, he hasn't. Do you stick around?
Oh boy, will she leave? If I can, yeah, she looks like she's eager to not be focused on us, right?
Yeah, you can tell that all of her attention is like, oh, I'm out here because I think that fox is cute.
I can't just tell her to I can't just sick her on him because then she'll get eated.
You can do whatever you want.
Well, heck, I'll let her finish her business, and I'm going to, I don't know, I'm gonna lead in the Foster. They're talking about the twins. Oh jeez.
I heard. I feel like I can probably stay. I don't think they know me.
True. Okay. Okay.
Have there been like little critters running around town at all?
Yeah, there's like, there's birds for sure. There probably would be various like squirrels and rodents. There's things that have made their way up here and started to reproduce. There's a little bit of like animal life, yeah, for sure.
I could also leave Eeldwood behind to just kind of scamper around, and I can look through her senses for a little bit.
That'd be good. Okay. And then after this brief little conversation with Foster, I will give the barista a tip and say, we're good for the rest of it. I'll pay for it right there too, so she doesn't have to come back.
Okay, wonderful. Go ahead and give me another stealth check if you're sticking around. I'm going to give you a small bonus because of your crit last time. So the DC is going up, but you also have a bonus from your crit.
Do I have anything to help myself? Like
Bardic inspiration.
Let's see.
Is that loud? Do I have to be a bard but loud? That's the worst kind of bard, actually.
Let me see. Inspire Courage, Compass.
Craft is shadow puppets, so you're clear.
Inspire Courage is a proper spell, which means it has very obvious spell casting like signs. It would be obvious that you're casting a spell if you did Inspire Courage.
Gross. Okay.
I'm checking to see if you have anything.
Wait, harrowing. I removed that because it was distracting on my token, but I did have that. Oh fuck.
Oh, true. Yeah, and it's
Day.
Yeah, you could see what that was. I think you might have a reroll.
Yeah. Let's just cast it, see what it is. This would have been prepared earlier in the day.
Yeah, if you go over to your actions, hit Ruko's morning preparations. We'll see which one you have.
Okay, he's fishing for a bonus so I don't get eaten by a fox and his bat-looking ass. I don't know what this thing is. What is Bat Monarch? You can just tell me.
Yeah,
it's okay.
I'll pull over the token. She looks like a very short, squat Aarakocra. She has a bunch of kind of almost peacock feathers coming out in a fan behind. I'll just pull the token so you can.
Oh god. She ate the squirrel.
So with a 2, you have a bonus to your reflex saves today. And you are able to cast object reading for free once.
Well, that's weird. Alright, I'm just gonna be stealthy.
Alright, good luck. Do you want to burn one of your hero points? Seems wise. Good. Oh, you lucky son of a bitch.
Almost landed on a 3 on my screen.
Alright, as you give a big tip to the barista, she takes it, she thanks you, and then she kind of leaves you alone and just happens to swing over to the other table and says, "Everything doing alright? Is there anything I can get you?" She's buying you more time, clearly trying to get their attention and get his attention specifically. And eventually she does leave, but in the distraction that she's created, you've managed to rotate your seats so that your backs are to them, so that your faces are not visible, and your cloaks are kind of pulled up. So you're able to listen in pretty comfortably for a little bit longer. And as the conversation continues, let me make sure that I have everything correct on my notes. I wasn't sure if this conversation was going to happen.
You didn't have this planned. What do you mean?
That's my secret. I have nothing planned at all times.
Also, you described the fox as attractive and cute, but no, he's conniving and evil.
Yeah, that is also true. Two things can be true.
You can't put just little blue dots on his face and expect us all to fall for him. Come on.
True. It seemed to work for Finn and Arbin for some reason. Okay.
You did that.
Argus says, "What do you care about the twins? I thought that when this is all said and done, we didn't even need to keep the old home. But it might still be some time before it's all done. That's what we needed the other boy for, with the cats. He's one of the weavers, one of the real ones. The original ones. Well, why aren't we prioritizing that then, Mother? It seems much more important. The sooner we get out of that hellhole, the sooner we can stop trying to rope twins in to keep it going. One thing at a time. It is a balancing act. You know all about that, don't you?" "I don't know what you're talking about, Mother." "Listen, just get to it. The sooner we find them, the sooner we can get back on the road and get back to normal. Fuck the stone. I don't care about the stone. Trade it away if you find it. Give it to the dogs. They won't be our problem for much longer. I'll keep looking, Mother, but I don't know where that went either. We had a bit of a hell of a time with it, truthfully. I don't know what they've done with it. I thought it would be as easy as just searching ships, but I think one of them must have done something with it. Do better. This is not what I raised you for, this incompetence. At this point, they kind of awkwardly go back to finishing up the rest of their drinks and their pastries, and it looks like they're starting to wrap things up. What do you do?
Just gonna act like as they even indicate that they're starting to wrap up. I'm gonna start wrapping up and how can I get this to go? I don't know. I might even just steal this bowl so we can enjoy this in peace and leave an extra coin on the table.
Love the idea that you're so urgently in danger that you're willing to bounce early, but not to leave behind your delicious
need
food.
the food.
You need
No,
the food.
I needed this moment. I want Foster to try this good noodles.
Okay, so it sounds like your goal is to get out of here right away, but bring the food with you.
Yeah.
Okay, give me one last stealth check.
Oh.
Or, I'll ask you straight up, you can just fucking sprint if you want. It depends on if you're trying to do this playing it cool or sprinting.
It to be cool. I guess I have to be cool.
All right.
Ma'am, hi, sorry, I need a to-go box, right now, right now, can I just take the bowl? I gotta go.
I gotta go.
Perfect. All right, let's see.
Help.
That is quite good.
Oh.
Let me double check. Okay. You discreetly stand up, keeping your back to them the whole time, kind of letting Foster, with his cloak and his new feet, try to absorb as much of their visual space as he can, although Foster is quite small.
Also very awkwardly, slot a bowl of noodles between his ribs and, apologize with my eyes.
Yeah.
And close his cloak in front of him, pat it down, okay, let's go.
Perfect. And as you step out, the barista, who still seems to be just kind of she looks straight towards the door oh, they're coming out, I get to see them one more time. Oh, it's just you guys. And she doesn't say any of that, but you can read it plain as day on her face. And she smiles and says, have a nice day, thank you for stopping by. And she takes the excuse to get up because she has to go bus your table because, she wants to go out there again. And you just make for the front door. Where do you go?
It just briefly, when she's like, oh, it's you. And then right before she walks away, I stick my tongue at her, yeah. I keep going faster.
All right, perfect. Are you just heading back to the Majutsu-con to group back up? Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. Probably about that time that you meet up with Baby Boy, who has finished his inquiry as to Eldritch books.
Baby Boy, the craziest thing happens. You have to try this cherry dive. It's amazing.
Oh! I'll eat them in a little bit. How was it?
Well...
It's pretty good.
They've been the food?
Was there? Maybe we should all join up and then not talk about this right a second.
You see, when you say that, one of his tentacles, does that cat flicker thing?
Classic.
One of the tentacles that was in the soup also kind of writhes a little in Ruko's stomach. Oh.
Oh, sorry about that.
Calamari.
Oh, it's reacting too.
No, there was some dangerous people there. Food, divine. But let's get back to the group.
Yes, let's get back.
All right. You guys are able to regroup, take the elevator back up to the top floor where you find what you see here. They are continuing their work. And we can essentially, whenever you're ready, fast forward through until you're ready to activate this thing. But if you want to have any conversations right away, now's the time to do it.
So tempting
Ruko.
to just kill this woman.
Yeah.
Wait, why were these people so dangerous to you?
Ruko's standing in front of you with a cherry on a single chopstick pointed toward your mouth. We speak when she's done with the spell. I think we should all talk about this together. It's very dangerous. He pushes it closer.
Oh, of course they're dangerous. I've been saying the entire time. My word is very dangerous. But I know them. I've actually been kind of looking for her, I guess.
Okay. Argus and Madame Marnock. They're here. They're looking for the twins.
That did not surprise me. They did make him a slave.
And they're looking for me? Because they're freaks.
And other twins, it sounded like?
Why would anybody be looking for you?
I don't know.
Well, he knows how to pick out a tea shop, that's for sure.
Well,
It was real
Get
good.
food without me?
We
I
brought.
have some broth left over.
Yeah, the Ruko kind of scrambles. He pats himself down, and then he like takes the bowl out of Foster's rib like a refrigerator. And like, yeah, try a noodle.
you just like open up your rib cage and then slam it shut.
His coat is the refrigerator door.
For the
Sorry
record,
about that, Foster.
It is
Please.
quite good if you taste. This place has stayed in business on a busy street corner. They've kept that spot the whole time. They know what they're doing. They make very good food and coffee and tea.
Sorry, Foster. I was in a rush.
That's okay. You know, it's what it's there for.
Seeing
Is
everyone
it?
come in and sharing food. Jay, has it been about 8 hours since we made the chicken?
Yeah, actually, you're coming up on that. Yeah.
Great. She sees you. She's like, oh shit, I gotta take a break for a second. Just a minute. And she gets her bag out and gets out a chicken tender and carefully gauges like how hungry she feels right now.
Uh-huh.
And then eats like 2 or 3 chicken tenders. And I just want to see if I stay full after this chicken disappears from existence.
Right. I see.
I try to take like all the breading off, so it's just the chicken. This is purely
wonderful.
experimenting.
Right, of course. Okay, perfect. Down the hatch it goes. And I assume that you like have a timer set for roughly when you think that this chicken is going to disappear.
Oh yes, I get the stopwatch
Yeah.
out, and let me tell you, I've got
Yeah.
this spell that gives me a +1 bonus to a spell or a check that requires very specific timing.
Amazing. If there are any checks involved with what's happening here, you'll have a +1 to it. I wouldn't dare
And
deny this
Ruko-
extremely situational ability.
Yeah, Ruko would just he was doing the same thing he did the baby boy with like a single cherry on a single chopstick pointed towards you, and he just kind of paused and watched you ravenously eat this chicken strip with scientific interest, and he's just like, "What?
Oh, just
Okay,
doing
observing."
just doing science. It's all good. I'll eat for real later.
Hey, Jane, I think we have something to talk about.
I'm kind of in the middle of this orrery stuff. Maybe talk about it after. Right? That's where we're at, right? I'm still working
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Okay.
No, at the moment.
If it's quick, I kind of got to get back to work, but if
I'll
you-
kinda
if you
like-
need a second.
Yeah, try to get away from other people who aren't our party.
Sure.
I don't know if they're like hovering over, and then
Yeah,
I'll like.
this is a very big floor. I think it's like 50 feet by 50 feet. Even just going over to the bookshelf on the northwest corner means they're not going to be able to hear you.
Yeah, while I'm chewing on my tendies, I'll come over here.
It looks like Articus and Madam Monarch are in town, looking for the twins and for Lugo.
I'm trying to remember how much I know about who those people are. Zeke Smith know it. I'll just remember what Jane knows. Okay.
I guess Ruko thinks they may be in danger. Also, I'm like trying to get. I'm going to drag over Ruko and the rest of the party with us too. So because Ruko said he wanted to talk with everyone.
Yep.
Okay. Are you wanting to go confront them?
Oh no, absolutely not. But we're looking for us, and yeah, it's the former. It's not employer, enslaver of Sketch.
Right.
Yeah, it was a problem. And also Tex did burn down her like little house.
Did they
Her
say anything
little
specifically about
wagon
why they
house.
give any specific information, or did you just hear that they're looking for you guys?
And they're looking for the twins. They're looking for a spirit weaver. And yeah, they're here. I don't know why they're here.
I say, why
We
are
couldn't
they
stay
here?
for long.
Yeah. Well, did they say why they needed you?
Not exactly. Out of character, I'm not sure if they did entirely.
I mean, out of character, I think they said something about the twins being used to maintain a realm.
Yeah, maintain the realm, and then they had a way out.
Yeah, it was vague, but the vibe you got is that they need twins to maintain their realm, and you or other real like spirit weavers from the original lineage for some purpose, which will make it irrelevant whether their realm is maintained. But that's really all you kind of got from that conversation.
It's probably a shot in the dark, but does any of that ring up with folklore lore?
You
Probably not.
It's going to be a long shot, but you can fish for it.
Can I fish for any kind of occultism or arcana or
Same deal. It's a very long shot, but you can fish for it.
Does it sound like anything I would know?
You can also take a long shot at it.
Is
With
occultism
your-
or arcana more appropriate?
Occultism is definitely more appropriate.
Can I roll occultism or spirit weaver lore or family history lore or something?
Absolutely. Occultism would be good. Do you have like Fey lore or Echo Fey lore?
Let
me know if
did at one point.
Baby boy, yours is a fail. Foster's a fail.
Okay,
Jane's a fail.
I'm going to use my ability to re-roll.
Understood.
Whoever has the
Bardic.
best shot at this, probably Ruko, can have a hero point if you need it. I don't think I'm gonna get through a line.
I've got a plus 11 to occultism as an expert, and bardic lore and spirit weaver, which is plus 9. I don't know if any of those apply.
Spirit Weaver would be a slant, so you would get a +2 from it instead of a +5, which makes it basically exactly the same as your occultism.
Okay, I'll do occultism.
All right.
Fuck.
Good luck.
Ha 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 ha.
And you were getting the help from somebody?
I was gonna give him one of my hero points.
Okay, gotcha.
I've got 3. I'm not gonna get through all of them.
Can I just roll again and we do the higher?
Yep, roll again and take the higher.
Oh.
29's pretty good.
Wait.
Okay. The two highest ones are going to be Baby Boy and Ruka with the 27 and the 29 respectively. Neither of these are concrete, but both of you have heard similar enough stories that you're starting to get some vibes that might be useful. You would know that there are a lot of occult rituals that specifically benefit from the blood or bones or bodies of twins or the sympathetic bonds that they share. And you would know with the 27 and the 29 that those are especially helpful for, in a sense, like tricking the planes, especially if they are transitory planes that are overlapped on top of each other. So namely, the real world, the material plane, the Feywild, the Shadowfell, and the ethereal plane. All four of those planes are kind of overlapped on top of each other, and having two different twins on two different planes can like help establish a link between those planes, sort of. It creates a funnel or a passageway. It creates a very direct and powerful sympathetic bond that can serve as like a two-way anchor. Neither of you know specific rituals or who would do those specific rituals, but you're both aware that, yeah, there's a lot of plane-based ritual magic that benefits from the use of twins.
Me. I guess it makes sense. Twins have strong sympathetical bonds. And then
They do. And the Echo Fae are from another plane. Perhaps one that merged here.
I'm sure you made the obvious connection with Argus' last name being Foxglove.
Oh, I just thought he was a bitch, but yeah.
No, I mean, Foxglove Pact, Spirit Weaver.
And he's a fox. Wow, so gaudy.
Sometimes he is.
But okay,
So
but why would they need a Spirit Weaver? By the original lines, which is curious.
Baby boy kind of just like turns his head and like looks away.
Squint.
So the takeaway here is we probably shouldn't stay too long.
Oh, I mean,
Or-
I kind of wanted to go see him.
I was hoping to stay for about 2 or 3 months and spend them in the library downstairs, but I don't suppose we have that kind of time.
I kind of wanted to break up with him. You know,
That might not be the best idea, given the circumstances.
yeah. thought about instead. Ah.
Either way, I should get back to work on this, and either way, we're going to need this fixed before we can leave, even if we want to.
All right. If you're going to try to repair the landfall window, I need an Arcana check, and on a success.
Do I need to fix the orrery first?
Right. So this is kind of the check to fix the orrery. On a success, you fix it enough that you're able to activate this and use it to do a one-time teleport back. On a critical success, it also does not open that window where the other side is like alerted to the work that you're doing.
I understand. Okay.
Yep.
And what is the... Do I know the DC I'm looking for? You have to tell me if I don't know.
Double checking. Level. What level are you, friend? PF2, level-based DC. Six is... you are looking for a 22, so to crit you need a 32.
She. Easy, no problem. Here it comes.
Good luck.
Can I do some like suspense music to help?
Maybe. Do you have anything that helps? You might actually really have magic to help out here. I always forget what Rico's toolkit. At the very least, you can inspire courage. You can do a guidance for sure. Yep.
Alright, so real quick, that first check was dick and balls. So, I will start. As I start working on it, I have visions of accidentally breaking the thing. And I rewind my timeline a little bit, turn back the clock so I can reroll it and get a +1 to the reroll. And then I assume also maybe get some help on the second attempt. So +1 status bonus from guidance.
Give you guidance.
Excellent. So you have +1 status from Ruko, you have +1 circumstance from yourself, and then you have your reroll from turn back the clock.
Outstanding. So circumstance bonus +1, and then status bonus is all?
Yep. You have a +1 circumstance and a +1 status.
Okay. Scary, scary. Now, let me ask you this. What I'm trying to do is not time magic related, but because I've done some time magic fuckery while doing this, can I use a pocket watch, which I'm trying to post right now? It's not working.
I think that you could use the pocket watch on your chicken check, but not for this check. I think it's a scenario where like making the task harder never makes it easier, so like doing a chronomantic backflip does not make the rest of the job easier.
Totally fine. It's more important that I use it for the chicken anyway.
Right.
Alright, here we go. Oh, so close.
Does it have the bonuses already built in?
Yeah,
oh, it is.
I needed 32 for
a crit. You needed 32 for a crit.
I could just out myself as a robot right now for a +2.
True, you could if you wanted.
Do you want to hero
No, you
point?
won't.
Am I allowed to give away hero points like this? Am I cheating?
I've already used a fortune effect on this, so I can't.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
My only option would be outing myself as a robot for this. So what I've done will already get us a door back, right?
You're going home no matter what. What you're deciding now is whether the person on the other side of this backdoor wormhole is aware for about a minute that somebody is tampering with the back door.
Is it so? If I do this home right now, do we have to go right now? Like we have to step through the door when I do
It'll
it?
be open for about 5 minutes.
Oh shit. Okay, I don't know if it's too late to say this. Was that going to be the case no matter whether I crit succeeded or not?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Could we... I know that people wanted to stay here and do like library stuff and all that, or I guess before I make the decision to do all this, are we done here? Should I save this work for tomorrow? Did someone want to go talk to Argus or anything? Sorry, I didn't mean to rush us into that. I didn't realize the timeline was going to happen so fast there.
Speaking of time, I particularly wanted to talk to him so I can find out the time differentiation between my home realm and this. I know how long ago I met him, and I know how long ago I last saw him. I don't know what that time is like from here.
If you want my opinion, I think talking to him is a bad idea. But if
Oh,
I
well,
can't stop you.
it's a bad idea with this little around, but so we'll be coming back to visit us in Famador anyways, no?
That's a fair point. Oh, also, I don't know why I'm worried about this. Once this is done, we'll have a window that gets us back and forth here easily, right?
Yeah, you beat me to it. As soon as you get back to the Landfall campus, you're presumably like 4 hours away from being able to permanently bounce back and forth between here and Landfall, like anytime you want.
Sweet. Okay. Sorry, I was forgetting that's the whole reason we're doing this is to have a two-way door here. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm not too worried about when we do this. Then I'm just going to go ahead and get it done. 30. Everyone's here.
Everyone's here.
Here.
Everyone's watching.
Truly, honest to God, I will say this. Just Jane's like mentality. She looks to baby boy who already knows she's a robot.
Can I like cover you up?
No, it's all good. She looks to Ruko, who over the last like couple weeks traveling together, she's developed a lot of like trust and camaraderie with, and they've shared some evening teas together and a lot of good talks. And Foster, she's coming to trust quite a lot and think of as a friend. And then there's Tex, who is a crazy murderous monster.
Uh-huh.
And also, there's also this Witcher lady here and some strangers. So I think there's a moment where she considers it. There's a moment where she considers, like, she thinks about a couple days ago, baby boy's telling her that, like, it's not worthless to build relationships, even though this timeline doesn't exist. Like, and all the talks with Ruko and Foster are of similar things, but in the end, she decides that it's not the time, and she will just take the 30.
Alright, understood. Then, the portal flashes open, and you know it'll be open for a couple of minutes. However, you also know that during this brief window, for about a minute, whatever is on the other side of this back door knows that something is going on. The next question I have is, do you go through the portal immediately, or do you, like, wait for a minute and then go through?
Pew 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 pew.
Yes, I'll say to the party, I didn't get it done as quick as I wanted to. That we've got a few minutes here, but while it's open, they know on the other side whoever made this thing. Should we go now? Should we stay in case? So help me with the Arcana here. If we step through, taking the orrery with us, is it like? I don't know if I even know this. Is it like whoever's on their side could send somebody through and they would come out here after we've left? Or they would come out at landfall if we went to landfall.
With your good identification earlier, you'd be aware that they could pop out on either side. They could pop out at landfall or here, if they went through during this brief window.
I would feel guilty and leave, like, bouncing out of this place, and then a bunch of undead coming here and killing a bunch of people. So I think maybe we wait until the door is about to close and then go through.
Oh, am I understanding correct? That they're either going to pop out here or pop out at landfall? Should some of us go through now?
They may. Nobody might pop out anywhere. It's just they have a minute. Literally at the time we're talking about this, that they might come out of either place. I think landfall can defend themselves for 60 seconds. I don't think this place can without us.
It'd be pretty rude, also, to just summon them here and then abandon them in the library.
Right.
I just meant some of us, but yeah, that makes sense.
As this conversation is happening, I know that we had some out-of-character stuff going on, but this is about 25 seconds after the portal has opened. Foster, I need a will save, please.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Why?
Foster's getting fucking...
Possessed.
He's getting Hosana'd.
Oh, no.
Oh.
A hero point.
Alright.
Oh, God.
Foster is kind of giving his response, his rationale. He's responding how you just heard him start to respond. He gets about 2 sentences in, and then you watch as his expression goes blank. He drops his arms to his side, almost like just a static neutral pose, and begins to walk towards the portal. What do you guys do?
I'm gonna try to restrain him.
Sure, give me an athletic check. Foster, you see bright green in your mind's eye, the symbol of the Desolate King, and you hear a voice. Come, I have more work for you. Baby boy, you reach out and try to grab, and he just kind of slips his wrist free. He twists.
I turn towards Foster, whip my top down off of my side belt thing, and it starts to spin ever so slowly in my hands, and I will cast this on Foster.
Wonderful. Give me
Slow him.
a fortitude save, Foster.
Good thing I just got an upgrade to these this level.
Oh, no.
Actually, it's too late. He rolled.
Oh, thank God.
All right, he is slowed 1 for a minute. He only gets 2 actions instead of 1. So we have what Baby Boy tries to do. We have what Jane tries to do. What do what do Ruko and Tex try to do?
I say, what the hell are you guys doing? We're going through.
Stop him. He's somebody from the other side. I don't know. I guess do I even know that?
It's
Can I
pretty
use my
apparent-
other action? I guess.
Yeah, I'm not even going to require checks for this. He stopped mid-sentence, went full on activated plant agent. He looks like he is suddenly being mind controlled. It's very obvious.
He probably dropped his precious little cherry that we had from the shop.
Yeah, he
that
full
was
on
just blasphemy.
Full on sleeper
Something's wrong.
agented. Something is easily and obviously wrong.
And we know that undead were sent through this thing. It's a fairly easy. So I'll say that something's trying to pull him through against his will. Stop him if you can.
Okay.
If you do have third actions that you want to try, you can absolutely do it.
Yeah, I'm going to cast Gravitational Lens and make him an enemy. It's difficult terrain for him. I am going to amp it up, so it yeah. I think it only. I don't know how much it takes from you though. 10 feet maybe. I don't know. Difficult terrain.
Okay, perfect, wonderful.
I guess. Well, my instinct was to inspire him as well, but he's already succumbed to this.
Can I ask a question real quick, Fac?
Yeah.
I think I know the answer to this because it took me 3 hours to get to this point. But if I needed to just close this door behind us or before he gets to it, could I do that? It would take a zillion years.
It would. On a crit, you could close it immediately. On a regular success, it would take a minute.
Okay, got it.
Same DC as before, the 22.
Understood. I'm not going to do that just yet. I think I will hold my last action for next turn.
Okay.
Actually, to make it official, I will hold an action to attempt to close it in one action. I don't know if that will work or not until I roll, but I'll hold my action to attempt to do that if Foster gets to the door.
Okay, understood. So, Ruko and Tex, do you have anything that you do right away, or are you kind of just frozen for the time being, trying to figure out what to do?
Debating about going through or not.
Ooh, didn't see that one coming, but that's an option.
Do I know if I stepped through right now, is it two-way?
Boy, what a good question. I think that based on what Jane has told you, the answer is yes. If you want to know what Tex believes for himself, you could give me an Arcana. Everything that Jane has said makes a lot of sense. It sounds like it is a two-way opening, or at least that's how it's intended to work. It is known to you that this wormhole is like a hack, so it's unclear whether the hack works the same way or not. It's a reasonable suspicion that maybe it would be one way if you use the hacked portal.
Right. Although, I know that they had sent stuff through.
Yeah.
That was the whole point, so presumably it's two-way.
Yep.
How good am I at counting?
Like time?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have a cantrip to give you the exact specific time, but you're a fighter. You know how to count seconds in your head. You are good at timing.
No. This is Pathfinder. You can only do precise timing.
You're right. Actually,
Yeah,
did you spend 2 actions to ready a count seconds reaction?
No, I didn't.
Damn.
So I guess I don't know. I'll step through.
Okay, wonderful. You guys watch as Tex steps through. and disappears momentarily. Tex, what's your movement speed? Let's see.
It's now just 25
I
again.
really thought you were about to say it was wonderful having you.
Tex, it takes you 2 actions to get to the portal, and when you step through, you find yourself in... Oh my god. I don't know if I've had a chance to pull this map up yet. I don't know if I have a map for this. I had a scene for it. Let me check. Do I have...
You have Limitless Theater of the Mind.
I do. I think this was going to be Theater of the Mind because it was going to happen possibly at the Carrotweed session. So let me pull up the Carrotweed notes.
Don't worry, I'm just going to close this portal behind Tex after it goes through anyway.
You can try. It'll take you a minute.
Bye, Felicia. No way I'll roll a crit this time.
Probably would.
Just kidding. Jane can't be responsible for your death. And her fucked up moral code.
I imagine the only sadness you see on Tex's face is when he realizes there's still a chicken strip in your pocket. And it's fading away.
Okay. Tex, you appear in a dark room. It's musty. It smells like you're probably underground. There's big stone bricks that make up the walls, although they're very hard to see in the dark. You have dim light vision, right? Or do you have all the way proper dark vision?
I believe I have proper dark vision.
Understood.
Yes, I do.
Okay, with proper dark vision, you actually see quite a lot.
And sound imprecise.
You are in a big room that has a square-shaped base, but the roofs curve up, or not curve up, but it's a pyramid. You're on the top of a pyramid. It's a big triangle shape. You're in the top room of what appears to be a large stone pyramid. You're in the center of that room, where there appears to be some sort of a pool of shimmering liquid. It's a little too shiny to be water. It's not entirely clear what it is. There are glyphs and runes all around it. It gives the appearance that it's some sort of like summoning circle or magical ritual circle. There are 4 pillars surrounding that circle, each of which has atop it a crystalline mage light that is casting a faint, sickly green. You get the impression that it is bright enough to illuminate this circle where you've arrived, but not everything else in the room intentionally. It is as if to put you in a spotlight so people can see who enters here, but without revealing who is waiting elsewhere in the room. You, however, have dark vision, so you can see just fine. You can see that all around you are about 8 or 9 undead tomb guardians, these big mummies armored in gold with kopeshes that begin to kind of lower them towards you, still in a... They're not like going straight to attack, they're guards. They're wary because somebody unexpected came through.
Are the Desolate King marks?
Absolutely. The entire place is laden with marks of the Desolate King. And you do also see that there are 2 additional people here who almost seem to be like busy, like they're distracted by the fact that somebody is doing some weird shit with the summoning portal. But they do both glance over when they realize that some tampering is happening. And let me grab tokens for 1 Loki Nestle and 1... Oh, is this, yeah. Jet Shemet. There is a Kinrame and a black-scaled Dragonborn woman, both wearing the garb of the Desolate King, who both look over towards you as you appear. You have 1 action remaining. What do you do? They are kind of up maybe... Oh, how big is this? This would be... The radius would be about 15 feet. It's pretty big. And then there'd be steps that go up for about 8 feet. So that's probably about 15 feet horizontally. So they're standing about 30 feet horizontally and about 8 feet up from you.
Do you know that Jet Schmet's name sounds like somebody making fun of him, like Jet Schmet?
Jet Shemet.
With my last action, I am going to just... Is there anything immediately around me that is like... I'm just in a summoning circle, right?
You're in a summoning circle. You do actually see there is still an open portal right behind you that you just stepped through.
Perfect. Well, I will do the the magic like video game thing where I have to get out of the teleportation circle's hitbox before I
Of course.
it.
Yeah.
And I'll look to, I assume that Loki and Jet both appear to be the people in charge currently.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they have the vibe of like these are the people in charge, and all the others are just henchmen.
Well, I think that we have some common enemies. I'd like to have a conversation with whoever's in charge.
Oh boy, I love that. Let me actually hang on before you. Fuck. Okay, there are so many things happening that I wasn't sure. Okay, hang on. Let me read real quick. Also, I know it's late. We'll wrap up very soon. I want to make sure we get at least some of the party somewhere. Okay. All right. Okay, wonderful. Give me a diplomacy check.
Can I sell you on intimidation?
Oh boy.
Flex for I'm actually useful.
I'll let you reach for it. What do you do to make yourself look powerful or intimidating? At first glance, you kind of just look like a cat, but it's clear that you're not. Like, what do you do to demonstrate to them that you're more than what you seem?
Are there any... What's the lighting like?
Dark. There are dim green lights that are cast specifically on the shadow, and then the rest is intentionally very dark.
Okay. Do I cast a shadow currently?
Oh, what a great question. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, you cast 4 shadows.
Okay. I want my shadows to kind of rear up, and currently now, Tex's shadow does not actually reflect that cat form.
I see.
It looks a bit more like his actual form.
I see. Yes, please give me an intimidation check.
Will he absolutely burn one of my 2 hero points on that? Still not great, but better than a 17.
The 2... Okay, what is this? Okay, can't use old items. Okay, wonderful.
That's what I'm flavoring as the thing that I got from eating that little demon.
Love that. I love that a lot. Okay. As you say this, Loki, the Kinra, kind of like rolls his eyes a bit, and you see he extends a hand and flicks out one of these golden, what the fuck are these weapons? Katars. One of these golden katars. But then the Dragonborn woman, kind of frustrated, almost like, hey, what are you doing? Puts a hand on Loki's shoulder, pulls him back, and looks to you. Who are you? And I think before you respond, let's go find out what's happening back here. Ruko, you still have 3 actions if there's anything that you would like to do. It could be as simple as, like, literally trying to grab and tackle Foster. Or if you have a spell or something, you could do that too.
Sorry, really quick point of clarification. Where is the portal?
It is in the top left. Let me activate it.
Oh shit, that's not even close to where I thought it was.
Sorry, and actually, so you would have been very close to it. For the sake of like having things where they actually belong. You were close. Ingwo was close to it. Bao was close to it.
Yeah, I would have been backed up from it.
Yep, you guys would have been back kind of talking. I'm going to say that because of both the slow and the dimensional vortex thing, Foster has used all 3 of his actions and he has gotten here. But he has gotten his turn off, and because of all the stuff you did to mess with him spatially, this is as far as he was able to get in a single turn.
Well, that's good.
Boy.
So yeah, Ruko, what you got?
I don't know, man. I'm just gonna try to pull him back.
Understood. So you can use like 1 action to run up to him, and then your second action to grab him with athletic.
I'm so buff.
Good luck, believe it.
I don't even know if I can make it over there. I'm just so wide. Hey!
First one is able to slip through. You have a third action if you want to try. You will have map on it with a -4.
Where's Wildfolk? Is she still down there spying, or is she really up here?
I presume she came with us.
Great question. Yeah, she's presumably with you. Does she have the independent familiar thing?
So she is independent right now.
Then I'll let you decide what Ildwood does to interrupt that, but we'll get to that after Ruga.
Yeah.
But I want to pick up Wildwood and just apply Martin Two-Face. Let's go. Save him!
Ruka, give me a performance
Give you a
check.
help performance.
Yeah, give me a performance check.
God damn it.
I don't know if it matters, but for what it's worth, I don't think it's worth enough to save me, so I didn't bring it up. But the charm that Wildwood is wearing is also, like, flaring up.
Saving
The
against
empathy
motion
charm.
effect.
It would only give me a 19, so I don't think it would have saved me, but...
True. Ruko, you pick up Wildwood and kind of just lift Wildwood up face to face with Foster. Foster, give me another will save.
Oh, boy.
Oh, special. You're gonna fix it all. Put her feather on.
Sorry, wait, put feather on. Oh no, where's her feather? There it is.
There's the precious one.
I do have one more hero point. I suppose there's no reason not to use it.
Might as well. Session's almost over, presumably.
There are my Foster rolls.
Her charm gives you a +1 circumstance bonuses to triggering saves, which must be emotion effects once per day.
I don't know if this even counts as an emotion effect.
Ruko, as you pick up Wildwood locks eyes with Foster. Foster, you hear this voice in your head. Come to me. We have much work to do. Faintly, you hear Foster. Wildwood continues to just stare at you. Wildwood leaps out of Ruko's hand and begins just clawing at your face. And the whispers grow. Foster! You snap.
Whoa.
We're on a new round. We're going to do Foster first. Foster, give me another will save. You hear you are no longer currently in control. At the end of your turn, you're going to find out if you're controlled again. If you have anything that you would like to do with your actions before then, you can do it.
Okay, gosh. So I'm in control now. The save happens at the end of
your turn. Correct.
What would I like to do? Boy, I should have prepared different spells. Wish I would have known this was going to happen.
I don't think I can just end the slow on him, can I?
I think you have to spend an action to dismiss it.
I don't think it says I can dismiss it or not. Some spells say that.
Gotcha. Then it might just be the full duration. Yeah.
Sorry, Foster.
It's all right. These things are bound to
Gonna
happen.
kill someone. That's gonna kill someone someday.
Okay, so what does slow do exactly? I'm at half movement.
No, you just have 2 actions instead of 3.
Yep.
Oh shit. Okay,
Nice
I
and
got you.
It's a real bastard of a spell.
Yeah, that sucks a lot, actually.
I know it does. I'm so
cast
sorry.
Double time with my non-existent action.
Jane turns to you and just goes, "Just get away from the portal. I can't close it. The text is in there."
Alright, so we're in kind of like a naturey town situation. What are the chances that there's like a little bit of grass or something, little plant life growing up through the floorboards here?
You are 9 floors up. It is pretty unlikely. But
You're covered in plants.
let me go see. Let me double check to see if there's a big tree growing right outside by chance. I forget what the city layout looks like.
Do any of the potted plants that he's wearing count?
Yeah, you have potted plants in your body.
If that counts, I will definitely... Oh, it's for a spell. I have to target, plants, and I don't want to, abuse the fact that flavor-wise I have plants on me.
There's no reason an adventurer couldn't carry a potted plant on them. Yeah, absolutely, you have plants on you, as long as there's not, a size requirement.
Nope. Okay, so I am going to spend my 2 actions and cast... And try to put it, to where it's just gonna hit me, and I guess Wildwood if I can. I don't want to, fuck anybody else over.
But she's so foppish.
But I don't think I'm going to be able to break my own entangle.
Love this. So let's see. Other difficult terrain. That starts a turn in the area, makes a reflex save. And
Oh shit, I didn't read Start's turn. This is the worst day of my life.
with that said, you're spending your whole turn here, including not moving. So this will happen at the start of your next turn if you become mind controlled. So this has a chance to still help you for sure. Okay. Wonderful. I believe that is 2 actions. Eildwood is independent. Eildwood, I think, is just going to keep doing what Ruko's encouraged Eildwood to do. Essentially going to help you try to resist the next one. Let's get to everybody else. We'll save Tex for last, because Tex's thing is going to be a whole thing.
You want the will save?
Yes, let's see that at the end of your turn, because that probably influences what they do.
Sorry, I was just trying to grab my little thing I put down. I can't grab it, though.
Oh, the square?
Yeah, I just wanted to delete it, or move it, because it was my lens, but I can't. Okay.
Gotcha. Weird. Foster, you maintain your sense of self. At least for a little while. The voice gets a little bit quieter in your head. The whispers return. Foster. It gets calmer. You can tell that there's still an influence trying to peer at your mind, but you're staying strong for now. With that said, Jane, Ruko, and Baby Boy, what do you guys do?
I will look at Foster and just kind of put like a hand on his shoulder. Just stay with us, Foster, just a little longer. And I'm going to cast this here spell on him. So here's a d20.
Oh, perfect.
All right, Foster, you got a 10 on deck if you need it. I don't know if that's going to help you or not, but you can replace a roll with a 10.
Cool.
That's an action. 2 more actions. Can I tell if he's like still? Is there like an ongoing magical effect on him, attempting to charm him every turn that I could try to dispel?
For free, there was a magical effect on him, which he seems to have currently broken. If you want to spend an action to do like an actual search or recall knowledge check, you can try to figure out where it's coming from and how possibly to shut it down. But of course, that would only leave you with 1 action remaining.
That'd be good. I'm just going to try it. I will cast Dispel Magic on Foster, and I'm trying to dispel the effect, whatever effect keeps trying to charm him.
Okay. Perfect. Let me figure out the DC here so we know ahead of time. Fifth. You're level 4 now?
5.
5.
You're level 5? Okay, then you need a 20. Good luck.
Shit. That's baby shit. No problem.
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
I have to stop this stuff.
Yeah, you gotta be careful saying these things out loud. All right. The portal from your end changes from this color that it was, which you didn't really even realize was a problem. You just suddenly see the color of the portal that you've made shift. It's very clear that something has been done to the portal. You have severed some sort of magic that was coming from the portal. And Foster, the voices in your head die down. The good and the bad. Things start to go quiet.
Okay. Just a point of clarification. I don't know if I know this now or if I'll have to look into it later. Could this happen again anytime we use this thing, or is this now fixed?
This seems now fixed. This was a side effect of opening it long enough to fix it, and now that it's fixed, it should be safe. You're pretty confident with your really good checks earlier that you have fixed this thing.
Sweet, makes sense. Cool, thank you.
So Ruko and Baby Boy, things look like they're under control, but is there anything that you'd like to do just in case, or do you kind of just like chill for a sec?
I'm gonna just wait to. You can hold spells, right?
Yeah.
How much is it to hold a spell?
Essentially, you have to delay your whole turn to do it, but because we're in loosey-goosey, you can just delay your whole turn.
I'm just gonna delay that's a cantrip, just a wormhole assault.
Understand. So Baby Boy delays. What is Ruko?
But yeah.
I have my stupid song token on, so I have dumb lyrics, but I'm gonna hold my thing for another guidance on Foster.
Okay. Lovely. Wonderful. All
Just
right.
for what it's worth, in this, I know we're about to jump to text anyway, but Jane says, I can keep this open for maybe 4.5, almost 5 minutes. I don't know if Tex is. I don't know if he even can come back through.
All right, and let's go find out.
Yeah, well, he's lone wolfing it, you know.
Tech, this dragonborn woman, dark black scales, kind of calls out to you. What can you offer us?
You had a problem with the Moresco Witchers, I believe.
Incompetence. Yes, it's becoming a very serious problem. And she kind of looks over to Loki.
Well, I'm gonna have to ask you to stop whatever you're doing to my little friend on the other side there, and maybe we can arrange something. I believe you also have something that belongs to me.
Give me... You've sufficiently proved that you're more than what you seem. Now I need a diplomacy check.
I'll use my last one.
All right, good luck. Huh, okay. Thinking. Your friend belongs to the king. But if you would like to make an offer, time is ticking, and we are listening.
Well, I think we work together and deal with the Witchers. In exchange, I believe one of you has a totem it's taken.
Thinking. Oh boy, there's a lot of moving parts. Give me a second.
Processing.
Feck was like,
I can't do it like
hey
Philo.
guys, don't worry about your resources or anything. You'll have plenty of time to get a rest in before anything comes
Uh
up.
huh.
Yeah, I felt a little.
Little did I know.
Processing data. Weighing variable.
Portal.
Boy. Oh boy.
As my wife always used to say when we all played D&D together for the first time with Justin as our Feck as our DM, the DM will never give you more than you can handle.
Was she
Something
right?
You said
I-
to keep you sleeping at night.
I think that what she says is, prove your usefulness and come back and we can talk about your trinkets. And she kind of like makes a dismissive hand wave as she says it. Kill the Witchers if you must. Save their corpses if you really want to shine. Bring us their corpses if you want to make yourself truly esteemed in the king's graces. I know of your trinket. I know where it is.
I think a collaboration needs a little bit more give and take.
That's the thing. We've been doing a lot of giving lately.
Giving to the wrong people, apparently.
Apparently. And she does kind of like look over to Loki and he kind of glares back at her. Not all of us are good judges of character. So somebody with a little more scrutiny is making the choices now.
I think we've both been having the same problem.
Let me check her spells real quick. she looks past your shoulder to the portal and see that it is starting to like wobble a bit. And there's actually a point where it kind of, you can tell that something has happened on the other end. The portal is still open, but the color has changed. And she looks at you and says, "I'll be in touch. You intrigue me, but we must play this closely. Wait for me. You'll know."
Sorry, did I distract you? Guess you're not very good at magic, are you? No, step back.
Oh boy. Wonderful. You guys outside, after like a good 45, 60 seconds, do eventually see another whoop, and Tex appears. And then maybe like 5 seconds after he emerges, the portal whoop, flicks totally out, and then reopens. And now you can kind of see that it looks like all of the other portals. The wormhole is closed, the back door has been closed. It is the fixed normal portal, as best as you can tell.
Jane's standing there, like, holding her concentration on it. Says, all right, that was... We've got exactly 2 minutes and 43 seconds left on this.
It's also about this time that the 8-hour mark hits, and Jane, you feel it as your tummy kind of rumbles, like you suddenly feel a little hungrier than you should be.
She almost loses her concentration on what she's working on.
Just all the enormous amount of food you ate just gone.
Yeah.
That's a weird feeling.
She's halfway through thinking about admonishing. She goes like, Tex, that was incredibly dangerous. You could have... Oh, chicken's gone.
Right on time.
So did you see the other side?
What was I supposed to do? The only thing I can do is hit people, and the only thing that I'm allowed to hit are stronger than me. So...
What was on the other side of the portal?
a couple of real nasty-looking sons of bitches.
No, I was just tripping
We
with...
have terrible friends, by the way.
I really need to
Thanks.
emphasize that there's like 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. Probably,
Oh, did you get it to go
stuck
to
in
the
the
correct
waves
place
for
this
that.
time?
yes, we got to get the orrery back to landfall, and then we'll have a two-way door here, but I got to get it back there first.
Alright, let's get through and then Tex can give us information and possibly more details on what these people look like.
Okay.
Opposed to scary.
You know what? I think I'm going to actually hold off on giving you guys any of this.
Oh, of course. Of course.
I just... we had that huge emotional conversation earlier, and that, frankly, was just entirely draining. And I just don't want to have this conversation twice, because I think that the Magi should probably be around for it, too.
The Magi?
The Magi, yeah.
Naravi.
The guy who's, secretly reporting us to everybody.
Principal?
I think I've only talked to him twice. There was that one time.
He's
No,
like
I
wouldn't
landfall
want to.
HR, I think. He works for them.
Oh, I do think he likes me very much.
I think he works for Cyril.
I think he likes everybody.
45 seconds.
Okay, step through.
Same, I'll bring up the rear here.
Whee!
The orrery with me.
I have a question.
Those
Which...
plants should go away about 30 seconds. Sorry about that.
quite all right. I have a question. Who are the last two people to step through the portal? I'll let you guys decide amongst yourselves.
I will go
Oh.
last, bringing up the rear with the
Yeah, I'll-
orrery.
I mean, I'm genuinely trapped in my own spell until it ends, so... it only lasts for a minute, so I assume it...
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'll wait back with Jane.
Okay.
Check my charge.
Then, Baby Boy and Jane, as your people start to go through the portal, Ingwa kind of looks over everything and says, okay, well, I think my work here is done. Thanks again, Bao. I'm sure I'll see you at some point. She reaches up to her tongue, where you see that there's a silver piercing through her tongue, and she places her pointer finger on the top and her thumb on the bottom, and begins to cast a spell, and you hear a rattling, like a large snake, and then, whoop, she's gone.
Oh, can I tell what she just did?
Shock.
Yeah, give me Arcana.
Could I
think this is again you
also-
like roll it for me, or just
You just make it
check?
secret. Yeah.
Understood.
Is this like a special thing I need to do, or can I like?
You can also do Arcana. Yeah.
I think there's like limitations unless it's like on his list normally, because I feel like
Does it
the
have to be Arcana?
I
Like,
would-
since I guess because I'm an occultist spellcaster, does occultism work?
Occultism would not work here. Arcana would work, and religion would work.
Okay, I guess Arcana then.
Good luck.
You said blind GM or
Correct.
private GM? Okay.
Blind GM. And let me go read, because I believe that is correct, that there's like a penalty if it's not on your list.
So I assume this feat is good for something.
Right, yeah,
I assume
exactly.
you can't normally do this.
yeah. Actually, okay, this makes things nice and simple. Neither of you are able to identify the spell that she just cast, although it's clear that she cast a spell of some sort. It's also clear that this spell that she cast is using different magic than the previous spell that she cast. It's a different school of magic, a different study of magic. You're both aware that she did some sort of a teleport just now, but none of you identify the exact spell that she did.
Yeah.
Can I burn my last hero point to see if I can figure it out?
Absolutely. Checking.
Could Mayor make an Arcana check?
Let me read. Go ahead and roll it. I don't know if I'm going to allow it until I read how familiars work with, like, recall knowledge. Or not recall knowledge, but, like, identify spell checks. Range of the relative starting position. DC by level. Neither of you are able to identify the exact spell. It is some sort of a teleportation spell, but neither of you know the exact one.
Can I ask just more broadly if that weird rattling means anything to me, or is it just her
It's the same.
manifestation?
It's the same sound we heard with the.
No, yeah, I know. I just mean like, does it mean anything to me magically, or is it just her manifestation?
It's probably just her manifestation. It is something that is indicative of like the type of spellcasting she's doing or where it comes from. You could give me a long shot religion check.
Good news. I'm bad at that.
Yep.
Could I go ahead and second that just because I'm here?
Yes, absolutely.
I assume that it is Sethrak.
Yeah, actually, you both rolled high. Yeah, you recognize from your studies Jane and Baby Boy from your library research. Both of you recognize that the sound of rattling is a frequent spellcasting manifestation for followers of Sethrak, the god of trickery.
Oh my god, I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm going to believe it forever.
Oh, important question.
Yes.
Did my shape changer thing go off when I was around her?
Negative, it did not. That seemed to be her true shape.
Okay.
With that said, unless you do anything different now that she has done that, you know you've got like 15 seconds left to get through your own portal.
I still just jump through.
All right.
Hand in hand.
Then you guys all emerge out in the landfall window building, and eventually are able to gather your things, collect yourselves, and start to make your way back towards camp. And that, I believe, is where we'll pick up next week, doing our big group reunion thing to have a bunch of conversations about all the stuff that we've learned.
If it works for you, I don't know how much time we have in this downtime. I'm going to send you more research topics at this library now that we have a two-way door here, but we can get back to that. Chat about between sessions.
Yes, absolutely. I'll do the same thing that I did last time, where we'll like get a doc done ahead of time to organize our thoughts and what we want to get done, because that seemed to be very helpful.
The old
All right,
for
gang.
sure picked up the Daifuku off the floor before we went.
Yeah, that sounds
right.
right.
She did.
All right, guys. I have to go to bed.
For sure.
Yeah,
Have a good
gang.
night.
Good night.
See you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Later.
Good night.
I'm so glad somebody went through that portal. I'm so glad that like at least one person saw the other side. He sure is. He's such a rapscallion. He's such a scallywag.
I can't tell you how frustrating it continues to be to encounter new villains in that field.
Above the board, you guys can absolutely look into the northern quadrant.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates, they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors thrived under the sun. Our children, they spread to outnumber the stars. So, eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brothers' blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burnt us with fiery tongue. We rode our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward of Eden, where men become